Are we live? Can you guys hear me? Are we live right now? Oh, I think we're live. Cool. Here we go. Can you guys hear me okay? Sweet. All right. Well, this is the first time I've streamed in a very long time. I think it's been maybe, I don't know, maybe 2 years or something since I've streamed. But I've only ever streamed on Twitch. I've never streamed on YouTube. It's very different on YouTube because it treats the stream like a video. It's kind of strange. Anyway, yeah, cool. Right now I just have this project open. I guess we can use this as like a volume test. This is like a pretty loud track that I've made over the past couple days. You guys might recognize it because it's actually a remake of like a popular Newgrounds tune. Just let me know if this is like too loud or something, because this is like mastered at, I think, -6 LUFS or something. So let me know if this is just like blaringly loud and I'm killing you all with this. Is this a good volume? Hopefully I'm not like killing you all. Still lots of room? Okay, cool. All right. Well, without further ado, I'm going to open up the project where I did like the final demonstration. -9 dB. Is that good or bad? Levels seem good, music versus voice. Maybe move the music down a tad. Not very loud. Okay, cool. Okay. I could probably turn it down if I need to, if it gets kind of annoying. I have a mixer here in hijack. I can just kind of mix anything at whatever level. So anyway, see, I'm going to open up the project where I did the final demonstration, and then we're just going to go through some of the cymbals in there. Let me get rid of this. Cool. So if anyone has any questions about this sound design or the process or like literally anything, just let me know. I can answer anything. We can just nerd out. We can talk about theories. We can talk about, you know, different ideas, different potential. I don't know. We can just talk about whatever. Okay, very good. Very good. Cool. So, now it might be a little bit quiet. Hopefully it's not too quiet. Yeah, these are the cymbals that I made for the final demonstration in this cymbals video. I really like these splash cymbals. The hi-hat I kind of cheated a little bit because I designed this as an open hi-hat, but I did some like closed hi-hats in the demo too. And so I don't know, I just kind of jimmy rigged these like little closed hi-hat rolls. But you know, it works. It fits in the mix. It's not like perfect or anything. The cymbals are a bit quiet. Yeah, that test track was like mastered kind of loud. So actually I can turn this up a bit then. Let's see. Let's turn up Logic. I don't know. Maybe I can turn up 100%. Just give it an extra 6 dB. Should be good. How's this? Is that better? This should be better. I think there's a little bit of delay on the chat end for me. A little bit unfortunate. But it's probably fine. I think there might be like a 40-second delay or something like that. Hopefully it doesn't get too Oh, it's perfect? Okay, very good. Cool. Let me read Katie's question. Let's see. Love your work. Thought about trying to apply what you've learned / made to replacing implementing real cymbal drums, replacing bad overhead recordings. I haven't. Well, I guess I sort of have. I mean, thanks, Rockstar. I appreciate that. I'm honestly surprised too how realistic they turned out. I've thought about maybe like I've never really thought about replacing cymbals in an actual recording, like an actual production. I guess I sort of have in a way because this whole demo that I put for the end of the cymbals video is me doing exactly that. Like I just took Kafkaesque, which is the song that we made for the Septicota album, Septuagint. I just took that and I muted the overheads and then just put my own cymbals over it. So this is like the raw drum track. Hopefully like this stream doesn't get flagged for like playing parts of the song or whatever, but... So there's no overheads here. It's just the kick and the snare and the toms. But you can hear some of the overheads before and they get muted. So that's kind of what I did for this demo is I just replaced the overheads. And I don't know, I thought it sounded pretty good. To me it was pretty convincing. But yeah, anyway. If you guys haven't heard too, so I never really like talked about this publicly yet, but this might be just kind of obvious from like if you guys are coming from AU5's side of things. So 2 days after I released the video, AU5 he found it basically. I think someone told AU5, Seamless, what's up, bro? AU5 found the video and he reached out to me on Instagram. He's like, dude, do you have a Discord? I'm like, yeah. So me and AU5 started chatting and it was actually pretty surreal. It happened all super fast. But you know, like I've been watching AU5 for a long time. So like him reaching out to me is just kind of dope. It was pretty cool. But AU5 linked me with one of his friends who does like plugins and stuff. So I might start trying to get involved with, oh, that's the wrong tab. Plug data. Because I downloaded plug data. I don't know how to use it, but I think I want to try to start like developing a plugin for this. And I know there's a lot of people that have reached out to me saying that they've already kind of started trying to make plugins doing it. And then like AU5 also made an Ableton rack for the cymbals too. And his rack sounds really, really good, by the way. He made a short video on it on Instagram and Facebook. Yeah, so his Ableton rack sounds really good. And there's some optimizations in that sound even better than my design. Like he improved on my design in some ways because, you know, you can do a lot more with Ableton. But yeah, like me and AU5 have been in contact, so that's really cool. There's been a lot of people, I guess, that found my video, and it's just very interesting because, you know, I'm like a chronic lurker. Like I've just been lurking in the whole EDM scene for like a decade, maybe more. AU5. AU5, I consider AU5 like a pillar of the sound design EDM community. I feel like AU5 is a real innovator when it comes to like, you know, doing sound design and using plugins in very creative ways. So he was really psyched when he found my video. He didn't make the rack public. Ah, okay. Yeah. Well, his rack still uses his rack still uses the Air Windows. I'll show you. The Air Windows phase nudge. because this is actually something that I didn't mention in my video, but this is actually kind of an important thing. So this plugin, right? This phase nudge plugin, I guess I didn't really know this when I was making the video, when I was doing research and stuff, because, I'm kind of self-taught. I've just kind of like, I've been just learning this stuff over the last decade and a half. Like I've been doing, audio stuff for a long time, but just kind of like in my own sphere, right? Been learning for a long time. I'm saying I'm a chronic lurker. Like I've been lurking this entire time. But anyway, so it turns out that this phase nudge thing, this is a special kind of all-pass filter called a Schroeder all-pass filter. And AU5 mentioned this in his little video that he made as well. But basically, in my video, I showed this graphic. So let me see if I can pull it up. All-pass filter. This. So I actually show this image in my video. This is what a Schroeder all-pass filter is. So it's basically like a comb filter, but then shortly after the delay, it does like a sort of a negative delay thing to kind of like offset the the phase cancellation or something, and then it does it in like a feedback loop, sort of. So that's, I don't know, that's roughly how it works. It's kind of weird. I've tried to build this in the DAW, just raw, and I never got it to work. And AU5 told me that he tried to do it too, and he wasn't able to get it to work either. But this is a Schroeder all-pass filter. And it turns out that the Schroeder all-pass filter is kind of a key ingredient to getting the dispersion to work properly. Because if you use like a different kind of all-pass filter, like a biquad, it doesn't work quite the same way. It just doesn't work very well because you're not getting as much like weird phasey stuff happening. Yeah, the Air Windows plugs really are good. Yeah, you're right. Probably won't work in the DAW unless your buffer size is 1 sample. My buffer size is 32 samples. If your buffer size is larger, it just means that the delay that you set is going to be like higher by default. Like the minimum amount of delay that you can have with the feedback is going to be like higher as a minimum. Which is fine. It can still work like that. Like a lot of these cymbals, like this crash, has quite a lot of delay in the feedback. I have 718 samples of delay plus the 32 samples of the buffer size. So that's kind of a lot of delay, right? And it still works. So you might be able to get away with having a low buffer size. Another thing too about these cymbals, Schroeder all-pass filter won't work in the DAW unless your buffer size is 1 sample. Oh, I see. You're talking about if I try to like make it raw. Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That does make a lot of sense. Okay, yeah, that's really, I learned so much from you guys. It's funny. A lot of the inspiration I got and some of the ideas I got for this sound design really did come from my comment section. So you guys actually really do help me like come up with a lot of this stuff, which is cool. There's some really smart people in the kicks video comment section talking about like FM and stuff, and then people in like the snares video comment section talking about different modeling ideas and all that. You guys are really smart, but yeah. So anyway, it turns out the Schroeder all-pass filter is pretty important. I did not mention that in the video, which, regrettably, I wish I knew better back then. I could have like mentioned that, but I don't know. It is what it is. So I think there's another plugin called I think it's called Disperser. It's the Kilohertz Disperser. Do I even have it? I'm not even seeing it in here. Oh, here it is. This guy. So I think this guy is actually a biquad. I think it's a biquad, but I don't think that this plugin works the same as like the phase nudge one. So a lot of people have been talking about like, oh, like I'll just use this. But I don't know if it works quite as well. I can try building one, and I can try like building a new cymbal and testing it. But yeah, I'm not super sure. I think AU5 told me that disperser is like a biquad. I could be wrong about that seamless. But like I guess let me open up a new project real quick, and then we can maybe build it from scratch for you guys, just so you can get a quick refresher. I'm gonna use Serum this time though, because I'm just more used to this synth. If you guys don't mind. Okay, so we're gonna send this to a bus. This will be the dispersion. Let me hit that a couple times so I can get to pop up here. We're gonna put on our safety limiter first. I'm just gonna set. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, this is okay. So safety limiter. Let's do the Melda utility, M-utility. So in all the example cymbals that I made for the end, I actually had the decay rate not 0.1 dB, but 0.2 dB, because I thought it just worked a little bit better. That's something I wanted to mention before, but I got distracted. I'll set it to a 0.2 dB decay rate again. But you can make the decay rate like lower or faster or whatever too if you want the cymbals to be shorter. It just all depends. You can kind of mess with any of these to do whatever you want. We'll do that. I'll give it a little bit of delay, you know. And then let's see, let's send it to itself. And we'll just max it out here. There we go. So there's the feedback. So let's see what happens if we put disperser in here. I'm gonna put a limiter on my master bus too, just to be safe. I don't want to accidentally have anything blow up. Man, I have 43 viewers. It's crazy. I've never had this many viewers. The most viewers I've ever had is like maybe 12 or something. That was a couple of years ago. This is crazy. Anyway, I've never had a read chat this much. Oh yeah, Beardy Man is here too. AU5 told me that you found the video. That's crazy. Dude, Seamless and Beardy Man in here, dude. Anyway, whatever. Okay, let's get disperser. Let's see. If I set the amount all the way up, what does it do? Yeah. What does this pinch knob do? Yeah, this to me seems like it works differently than phase nudge. So this might be like a biquad, because of this curve thing that's in the middle here. This is kind of like how biquads work. Like, I could be wrong about this. I'm not like the most informed person when it comes to DSP. Again, I'm kind of self-taught, but my understanding of biquads is biquads are almost like a sort of crossover. They work by combining like a steep low pass with like a steep high pass or something. So they end up doing this weird like phase flippy thing wherever the cutoff is. That's my understanding of what a biquad actually is. I could be wrong, but it's something related to like how like filters like this work. I don't know. If my friend Rick was in here, then he would probably write you like a scientific paper on how it works. But like just looking at this, it looks like it probably works like a biquad. But yeah, I don't think that disperser, and maybe if you have like multiple, maybe it'll work better. Maybe set them low. Yeah, I don't know if the disperser really works super well for this sound design. So you might really just need to use like Schroeder all-pass filters. Biquad is an implementation detail for implementing filters, but I'm not sure if you're using it in a different context. Okay. Spam them through. Spam notes. I wish I had, This is all I got. I don't have like a visualizer for... Well, I guess I can just use Serum. Hold on. You can see what notes I'm pressing down in here. Yeah, it doesn't really work because it's supposed to sound like really blurry, like almost washy. But this is still kind of like buzzy and notey, sort of. Like if I just put air windows in here. Let's put phase nudge. I think I have it. Do I have it favorited in here? I do. Oof. Sorry, guys. Sometimes the Air Windows plugins, they glitch at extreme values. I don't know. They're a little silly. They're homemade. I don't know. Maybe this works in a similar way. This almost sounds similar. It's kind of similar, actually. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can actually get this working using disperser. Yeah, I can have multiple dispersers in here. I can maybe like have 3 or something. But my strategy with the all-pass filters was to set one low and the other one high. So let's actually try doing that. These are in order, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's set this one high. And we'll kind of maybe do something like this. Set the amount all the way up on all of them. I'm not sure what this pinch thing does. Man, it is noisy outside. There's like... I live right by, kind of like a... like sort of like a airport. It's not an airport. There's just a lot of planes around. It's like an airfield. I live near an airfield, so there's a lot of planes and helicopters and stuff. Okay, this might actually work. Disperser is an all-pass filter. Pinch adjusts the Q factor of the all-pass filters. Okay. I figured that's what it was doing. It kind of looks like when you turn the resonance up on filter or like the Q up on an EQ or something. What an all-pass filter is it lets all the frequencies through at the same volume, but it messes with the phase of them. That's what it does. So the whole idea behind having the all-pass filters, this is basically, the disperser is a lot of all-passes. Okay. The whole idea behind using them is, like, I'm trying to kind of copy how reverbs work. Because, like, my idea was to just take a reverb and kind of, like, almost build a custom reverb that does, like, a cymbal instead of, like, a plate or, like, a room or something. And when I was reading up on reverb design, they use all-pass filters to, like, handle, just, like, the dispersion and, like... dispersion's kind of a made-up word, but just to, like, handle, like, the blurriness of the sound, you know? So that was just kind of the idea behind using all-pass filters, and it just ended up working. Like, a lot of this stuff really was just kind of trial and error. Let me go through a little bit more of these questions. I'm not doing a very good job at keeping up at chat, but I've never had 50 viewers before, so... You're a C++ dev. Okay. I might be using plug data, which... this guy. Yeah, but yeah, I'll keep you in mind. There's a lot of people actually reaching out to me about making a plugin. But I will keep you in mind, Aqua Chills. In fact, do you have an Instagram? Because I could probably hit you up on Instagram. Let's see. Does really work good if you have one disperser instance and vibrato plus phase distortion like in your video. Okay, so it does work, Mr. Paul. From Reddit, what disperser actually does is it sets up to 32 all-pass filters in serial. That's a lot. Okay, that's what Reddit says. Okay. Last video you said you wanted a delay that did something specific, if I remember right. Have you check out cluster delay by minimal audio? Maybe that delay would help you out. Cluster delay. Let's see. I had no idea where this stream would go, but I'm already liking the direction that this is going. Oh, I'm burpy. Sorry, guys. I don't know if you heard that. For the secret. Ramp space. Okay, so it seems almost kind of like it's almost like an in-between of like a delay and a reverb. That could probably work for doing cymbals. If you can get like really, really short times, then yeah, you could probably use something like this to handle the resonance stage. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can hit you up on Instagram real quick. Aqua Chills? Is that your name? I'm so like I don't want to mispronounce things wrong. My name gets mispronounced wrong all the time. Anyway. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, if that delay is capable of doing super short delay times, then it'll work. You know, you can probably get that to work. Yeah, let me see if I can have success just using this disperser. I need to continue just making this cymbal. Let me just have like a couple, because I tend to use two. And then let's do the M vibrato. Here it is. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go into Serum, and I'm gonna turn off the oscillator key tracking by hitting these buttons. Just so that the pitch of the oscillator isn't messing with things. And I might want to set this to be a little bit shorter too. Try like that amount of decay or something. So yeah, so with this I make it really noisy. So I just set it to mess. And I set the depth a little bit lower. And you can give it a little bit of width too. Even just like 1% width will just make it super duper stereo because it's just blurring it all over the place. It's just like completely just meddling the entire sound up. Might be a little bit quiet on your guys' end. Wow, that is some crazy decay time too. It's lasting a very long time. I wonder if it's because of this pinch thing. How's my limiter? It's not doing anything. Okay. Okay, well that sounds not too shabby. So let's turn this down, and then let's send it to a new bus, and then this will be the input for the resonators. And then I'm going to create a new auxiliary track as well. Let me get rid of some of this. There's a little bit cluttery here. So this one, I'll call it dry null. And I'm just going to flip the phase, or flip the polarity rather is a more accurate term. And then this one is going to be comb 1. And then I'm going to sum this to another track, reso 1. And this is going to send to that track. Just like that. So now there's like some weird oh, that's odd. Oh, input. It's taking my voice in. That's not good. I don't want that. Hold on. Bear with me, guys. 2 stereo out. Sending to 3, 2. Yeah, okay, this is, I'm pretty sure this is correct. I'm going to send this to symbol. Okay, so now I'm summing that to symbol, a symbol. How about now? Am I back? Hello, hello? All the audio is gone. Oh, that's very, can you hear me now? Am I back? Back. Okay, I'm back. Am I back? You guys can hear me? Okay. Wow, that was weird. Maybe audio hijack glitched. Yeah, I don't know. Cool. Okay. Okay, well, I guess if that happens again, I'll just like restart audio hijack. It could have been that just like it glitched or something. Hopefully it doesn't go out again. Let me know if it does. I'll try to get it back. I'll try to pay enough attention to notice. Okay, so let's get mcomb going. Oh, I have it on the wrong channel. It needs to be on combs. There we go. With the mcombs, you guys can still hear me, right? Hopefully you can still hear me. When it comes to making crashes, I have a lot of success just bunching these up pretty closely together. Somewhere like in the 100 to 200 range, or maybe even a little bit higher. Oh yeah, I didn't even put on the phase distortion. That's really important. I'm like scatterbrained right now. Sorry guys. We're gonna use kilohertz phase distortion. Someone was asking me about the Logic one yesterday in my comment section, And literally the only reason why I didn't want to use the Logic phase distortion was because, first of all, it's not as accessible. Like, not everyone uses Logic. Most of y'all probably use Ableton or Bitwig or whatever. I'm like the only guy out here using Logic because I've just been using this ever since I started, right? I started in GarageBand, so minus 6.02. Now I'm pretty sure I have. You're probably talking about someone else. Anyway, yeah, the only reason why I'm using this and not the stock Logic one is because the Logic one is not as accessible as this. Everyone has access to this. You can use this in any DAW. And the Logic one has these odd, sort of ambiguous controls that I don't really know what to do with. And it just doesn't sound as good. It has this delay control, which I think is like a constant delay. It's like a constant offset delay. But it's weird because when you have it at 0, it literally does nothing. Like the plugin doesn't even work. But the higher you set it, the worse it sounds. So it's like, where do I even set this? Am I supposed to set it to like maybe 0.1 or something? I don't know. It's just odd. And then also the filter in here, I don't know. Like, I guess you can argue this filter is more flexible, but I don't know. And then there's this phase reverse thing, which I guess that like inverses the direction the delay is going per like it flips the polarity or something. I don't know. I've never just really been much of a fan of this plugin, but this one just kind of works right out of the gate. So I'm just like, screw it. If this is more accessible and it just sounds better, it works better, then I'm just going to use that. You know, I'm not going to overthink it. But anyway. Vibrato is just FM with a sinusoidal operator. Yeah, that's basically right. It's a very, very slow FM. Very, very slow. In most cases. Unless you're using it like this, then it's just more like, I don't know, this is like white noise, I guess. Turn the normalization down. I'm turning this up to maybe 70 or something. And then turn up the tone. Anywhere between like 1 and 2 kilohertz for the tone is going to give you like a nice crash sound. I kind of like 1.25. That's my favorite setting. I'm going to turn off this stick sound. I got to send this pre-fader though. There we go. And I'm going to send the stick sound directly to bus 2, which is the input for the combs. So it's going to like skip over the dispersion and go directly to the combs as well as going into the disperser. And that just helps get a little bit more attack. And you can do it kind of however you want. This cymbal might be really quiet. Let's see if I can turn it up. Yeah, so AU5 in his model, instead of using frequency shifters, I think he just uses the internal high pass filters to get like a bending of the cymbal, like to get like the aharmonicness of it, which I guess you can argue is probably like more natural than using frequency shifters. But I don't know. I found a lot of success just using frequency shifters. Like, it works well enough. And there's an argument to be made that like maybe doing frequency shifting is almost a similar thing to using like a high pass filter that's feeding back, because it's doing some weird like phasey stuff to the sound. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have no idea how frequency shifters even really work. But let's see. Got to keep up with all these comments. Yeah, so this stream may be available later. It depends on how well this goes. I put this in the wrong thing. This needs to go in the reso bus. There's this like low... There's this like annoying lowness to the sound. You guys hear that? Like this? That's really obnoxious. I can just get rid of it with EQ. But it could be because I'm using these dispersers instead. That's like one thing that's a little bit annoying is sometimes with this dispersion bus, you get like this annoying kind of growl. I mentioned this in the video. And sometimes it can be a little bit of a hassle getting rid of that. I wonder if it's because I'm using the disperser, the kilohertz dispersers instead of phase nudge. Oh, that's already starting to sound better, huh? Oof. Sorry, guys. That's why you have a limiter. In fact, I wonder if this is adding too much delay. It's not adding any delay. Oh man, I gotta keep up on these. I've never had 60 viewers in a stream before, it's crazy. Okay, you guys are just chatting, being all smart, giving each other tips. Yeah, so this stream might be available later. I have no idea like where it's gonna go. I'm just nerding out with you guys, answering questions and things, or at least trying my best. I might edit it down later, and just get like some of the useful information that I'm talking about, because there are some things that I'm trying to mention in this stream that I didn't mention in the video. A couple things that I learned in post. Wavefolding is a possible alternative. I think, did you mention that before, or was that someone else who mentioned that? That's something we can try. Let's see. Paying full attention. Map velocity. I'm legit just going through all these chats right now. Let's see. What are the high pass causing phase shift? The high passes that are causing phase shift, they're internally in the comb filter here. High passes, they cause some odd phase shift, and when you're doing phase shift over and over, like in a feedback loop, it just changes the pitch in this odd way. Because that's what phase shift is. It's, you know, like phase shift over and over is just changing the pitch. It's kind of the same thing because you're just shifting the phase over and over. So it's like you're shifting the time factor, you know, constantly. So when you're moving time forward, that's just making something faster, right? Anyway. You've tried phase nudge, Yeah, I'm going to try to get this sounding better. I'm using disperser, so I haven't used this. But let me see. If I switch this... If I switch this to the phase nudge that I was using before, I gotta be a bit careful here. Let's see if I can just get a better sound. Maybe there's something to this phase nudge thing because, gosh. Because yeah, AU5 was mentioning to me that like this plugin seemed to work better than anything else. There could be something to it that I'm missing, you know? Something I'm not aware of. Because, you know, I'm not all-knowing. To me, that just sounds a lot better. And it could be the way that I set these, you know? But yeah, I don't know. There's something about this phase nudge plugin that just works better. But you want to know something? Air Windows Chris from Air Windows did comment on my video. I don't know if you guys saw that, but he did comment on my video and he's like, phase distortion, you say? So I don't know. Like Chris might actually just cook something up because Chris is always trying to get ideas. So, you know, Chris might cook something up specifically for this, which might be interesting. I don't know. Maybe phase nudge is a linear phase rotation. I wish I knew, because, you know, every one of these Air Windows plugins has like a description that's more like a diary entry than a description. Chris is in his own world with this stuff, right? He's in a whole different dimension when it comes to audio and plugins and stuff. Yeah, he's always cooking. Yeah, you're right. But he just says like, oh, it's a basic tool, you know? He just says it's just a simple little utility plugin. It's just a little phase rotator. I don't know if there's a difference between like, you know, a linear phase rotator or I don't know. I don't know what the differences are really. I'm guessing it's just this. This is a first order all pass. This is a Schroeder all pass, I think. But you know, I don't know. All I know is that it works. And I've been testing this stuff for a long time, so let's get rid of these dispersers. Let's stick to our Air Windows. And actually, let's put this vibrato before these, because I think that's what I did originally. I'm not sure if the order really matters that much. Like, I think you can put this phase distortion, like, before the all-pass filters, and it works just as well. You can kind of order these however, and it'll work. Phase nudge is very simple. You can clone it into plug data pretty easily. That's good news. Because if I can do that, then that means getting the hard part of the, you know, plug data, plug-in design, you know. I thought that was going to be the hard part, is being able to replicate what this is doing if I was going to make a plugin. So that's good news. If you're right, if I can trust you. Let me see if I can actually make a good sounding cymbal, because it has been a little bit since I've done this. So typically I like to just start with some combs. And this is just kind of the foundation. I bend it a little bit using this guy. But then what you want to do, or this is what I typically do, is on the resonator bus, right? You're going to put another instance of M comb, and you're going to try to get some shimmer out of it with this one. You know what I mean? Maybe you can even do filtering. And then once you do that, then you can put another frequency shifter on. Bend it even more. Let's give this a little bit more. There's this annoying fundamental here. I can try to notch that out, but that's gonna like kind of pervade through the rest of the sound. So let me see what I can do about that. Let's see. Let's try spreading these out a little bit more. That didn't seem to help. Maybe it's coming from this. Maybe the decay is just too long. It would probably also help if I set this to be a constant phase instead of a random one. Okay, that's already helping. I'm just turning the pitch up on this. And let's send it to the combs a little bit less, actually. Okay, that's already starting to get better now. The hard part about making these cymbals is that the more you design them, the more fatigued your ears get. It's actually kind of a huge problem. That's one of the reasons why it was so hard to make this video, was because like the more I designed and the more I like experimented, the less I was able to tell if I was on the right track, because your ears get pretty quickly fatigued when you're working on these for a while. Got some water. Let's see. Reading these comments here, reading the chat. I checked the impulse response of phase nudge and Schroeder all pass, and they're identical. Okay. Okay, so I guess disperser is a Schroeder all pass. Pretty soon you're gonna have to learn to build real cymbals and apply choices here. Yeah, you know, like I actually did watch a lot of I watched a lot of like cymbal design videos. I'm gonna switch my account here. I made a playlist when I was researching. Hey, look, when I was researching this.
Hey everybody, welcome back.
This is the playlist that I made. So I did a lot of research into cymbals, like how people make them, like, because I was really trying to figure out like what are all the different parameters, like how do you parameterize all the cymbal properties, you know, like how do you parameterize the size of the cymbal? How do you parameterize like, you know, the amount of hammering that's on it? How do you convert all these different properties into like plugins, like, you know, like plugin, like how do you turn all these different physical properties of the cymbal into knobs? How do you make that conversion, right? How do you bridge those two things? So yeah, I watched a lot of videos on this. I did a lot of research on this, guys. Like, I worked pretty long and hard on this. But yeah, like I did learn a lot about making cymbals, which is interesting. This Collingwood cymbals guy is actually really cool. I used some of this footage in my video. I don't know if you can hear this. I think it's coming through. But yeah, anyway. Let's see. Watched your cymbal design and yeah, your live. Consider the resonator mode sounds like a lot of, might consider modal physical model. Is that like a different kind of physical modeling? Wonder if you can let AI tune the parameters to mimic samples of actual cymbals. Yeah, I think I mentioned that in the video. Like I mentioned, like the only way to really truly model a cymbal is to build a physics engine or use like an AI model or something. But like you probably could if you, I don't know. You could if you built like a proper model of a cymbal, you probably could train an AI to do that. I don't know a whole lot about that sort of stuff though, about training AIs and things. I hear it's like not that hard to just build an AI to train it to do whatever, but I don't know. I'm not much of a programmer. I know a little bit, but not a ton. Oh, you just finished the video? Okay. Welcome. This isn't the best sounding cymbal, but to be fair, I'm only using one instance of MCOM to make this. One resonator bus, so. Let's make it last a little bit less long. To be fair, it has been a little bit since I've made these too, because I was practicing quite a lot, like, you know, building up to the release of the video and like accumulating all the footage of me doing all the tutorial stuff. I was actually getting a lot of practice in making these. It's funny because like to you guys, this stuff is all like super brand new, and to me it's like old. This is all old. It's like, oh, I've been doing this for 5 months, guys. Like, I just want a break from making cymbals. But like to you guys, it's all new because I just released the video on Thanksgiving. And you're like, oh my gosh, dude. I don't know. It's kind of funny how it works like that. I've been sitting on this for a little bit. And it's been, you know, it's been a little bit anxiety inducing because it's like I knew I'm sitting on this thing that's never been done before. I've never heard it from anyone. But it's like, oh man, I gotta finish this video. I gotta make it complete. But it took a long time to make, you know? I'm not like, I'm just one dude, and I'm not even that experienced, you know? I haven't made very many videos in my life. I've never made an hour-long video, that's for sure. There's like this annoying tone. I'm gonna get rid of that. Where is that? Is that coming from this, or is it coming from this? Where's that coming from? It's probably that guy right there. This guy. All of a sudden, I'm like struggling to get these to sound like really good, like how I did previously. But oh my gosh, all these chats coming in. I could always go back and study the other cymbals that I made previously. Let's see. Let's go back to this project. My audio doesn't cut out again. There's a chance it might. Yeah, dude, these cymbals just sound so good. These sound great. So, you know, in the demo on the video, I had like all the plugins like spread out. So I was like showing you guys all the parameters and everything for each one. That took me like a good 8 hours just to make. But anyway, but now that we're in here, we can just open these up. So, and I can even bounce these out for you guys if you want. I like the whole idea was to make a cymbal sample pack, but we're going off on a bit of a tangent, which is fine. Chris is in here. Let's go. Chris, we were talking about you earlier, bro. Air Windows has joined the chat, everyone. Chris, thank you for making plugins for us, bro. This sound design wouldn't be possible without you just freely giving out cool tools like this to use. You know? You never know what uses like little utilities like these have, you know, until you really start trying to think about it. Anyway. I think these cymbals, I probably just did a lot more EQ to these. Like, yeah, look at this. Look at this shelf, guys. This shelf is 20 dB. That's ridiculous. Like, without the EQ, it sounds like that. So you really do need the EQ here to kind of model like a, you know, the proper mic that you'd record these with, I guess. I also have another M-comb on the whole thing. This one has some high passing on it too, actually. Just on one of them. Although, turning it off doesn't change the sound that much. So it's just doing like subtle things, I guess. But yeah, let's take a look at this. So, for this crash here, right? So I'm just looking at these tracks here. Let's see. Need to do a similar thing with Take Care. Is that a new plugin? I don't think I've heard of that one. I browsed through a lot of your plugins, Chris. All right, stick sound. Let's mute the sends. Yeah, literally just sawtooth with 78 milliseconds. That's actually kind of a lot. That's more than I was expecting. Okay. I'm like needing a refresher on this myself, guys. Okay, let's look at the dispersion. My computer is lagging. Oof. Hopefully the stream isn't lagging or anything like that, because Logic is struggling a bit. Okay. Yeah, so kind of a lot of delay here. There's like 718 samples. Two-phase nudges. The first one is low and the second one's high. Actually, the depth on this and the speed is actually a little bit more than I remember. So 18% depth and then 1.7 hertz. But there's a lot of smoothing. This is one of those sound designs. It's kind of like the snare sound design. Once you kind of like figure it out and you get it set just right, you can kind of just duplicate it and then change a couple things and you get a whole new cymbal. And then you just keep doing that over and over. I think that's how I made all of these, is I made this first crash. And once I got this first crash sounding really good, then I just duplicated it and then I made this crash. And then I made, you know, the trash. And I made this other one. You just kind of keep making cymbals. This china is really cool. I really like this china. I should bounce this out. It's really gnarly sounding. I actually had 2 resonator buses for this crash, but I muted one of them. So I'm only using 1 resonator bus for this crash. So it just goes to show you really don't need a whole lot to get a really good sound. You just need to set the parameters right. But if I turn these off, so let's turn off the combs. I have a little bit of high passing and some EQ here to clean it up. Oh, I kind of need the combs, don't I? Yeah, because of the dry null. I guess I can take off the dry null. Yeah, it just sounds like that. So that's just only the comb. And then that's when you put another comb on top of it. And then you bend it with this. Man, that just sounds really good. Even without this filter, you don't even need this filter. It just cleans up some of the mid-range tones, but sounds good even without that filter, honestly. Man. I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but like, I'm kind of just as astounded as you guys were when I figured this stuff out finally, because it took me a long time, and like, you know, all this stuff is kind of new to me too, you know? Like I did figure it out, but you know, it's still new to me. Like I'm still like practicing and trying to like learn how to master it. I think that was like the hardest thing too when it came to the thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. That's the hardest thing when it came to making the video, was like I knew that I had the sauce. Like I had the design figured out and I knew that it was right. But it's like, dude, I can't make a tutorial on it like until I figure out how to master it, you know? It's like I know the plane works, but I gotta actually have to learn how to fly the plane well before I can teach how to fly the plane, you know? So anyway. The phase distortion delay line trick is insane. That was the real breakthrough for this. Honestly, that's what the breakthrough was. I was having a really hard time struggling with this design until I figured out the phase distortion thing. And also the M vibrato too. It's like both of those things that really make this work, because it, like, the more I started playing with this design, the more I realized like how important it is to get this dispersion bus right. Because you don't need a lot of combs. It's like what I mentioned before. You don't need a lot of combs and a lot of resonators to get a good sound. But getting the dispersion to be right, to me, that's like really, really key. Like once you get that right, you can kind of do whatever you want with the resonators, and it'll just sound good, you know? But yeah, there was a point where I knew that phase distortion, it's self FM. More, I guess to be more accurate, Paul, it's actually PM, you know? I'm like pushing my glasses in as I'm saying that. It's technically PM because you're changing like the delay, so it's like phase modulation, you know? But phase modulation and FM are kind of like, you know, they're very heavily related. They're very similar. it's like building an F1 car, but you still have to figure out all the suspension, alignment, downforce, spring rates, ignition timing, etc. You get the structure, but you got to fine tune. That's exactly it. Yeah. How can we do this in Ableton racks? AU5 already did it. So AU5 contacted me a couple days after I released the video, and me and him got on a video call together on Discord. We talked about like how we can make a plugin that does this, because like that's obviously the next step, right? Is we got to make a plugin. And there's even some people in here talking about doing a plugin. Chris is working on Disintegrate to make stuff sound like it's louder at a distance, matches physical modeling of literal air. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, building FM, building an Ableton rack. Yeah, AU5 did it. He got on a video chat with me and asked me if he can like build a Ableton rack and make a video on it. I'm like, dude, yeah, like by all means, like, you know, make an Ableton rack, make a video on it. And he did. So, I don't think he released it, but he did do it, and it is possible. And I think his Ableton rack he actually improved on my design, in a few ways, because Ableton is a lot more capable than Logic at doing sound design, right? Logic isn't really built to do this sort of thing, which is funny because like, I find it kind of ironic. I was like the first one to figure this out, I guess. And I'm using like one of the least optimal tools to do it. And I'm using free plugins to do it. Like this is the sort of thing that someone who uses Ableton or Bitwig would have figured out. But I don't know. I mean, the fact that I did this in Logic using free plugins, like to me, it's also kind of a win because it shows like that you don't need like a crazy complicated tool to do this. Like you can, it's kind of simple at its core, but you just have to tune it a little bit. Because I think honestly, this model, what it's capable of doing, it's capable of doing a lot more than just cymbals, right? This model can do, you can basically model almost anything, like any material of any size with this model. So it makes sense that, you know, in order to get specifically a cymbal sound, you would need to like figure out how to tune it to be like the exact size of a cymbal, like from everything between like a freaking sewing needle and I don't know, like a car. Like you have to figure out the exact tuning to get it to be like a cymbal size, and then like from the amount of, I guess, resonance or like thinness or dispersion of like maybe a sheet of paper to like maybe just a rock or something. You have to like balance it and fine tune it to get it to be bronze. You know what I mean? So it makes sense that there's a lot of tuning involved, but at its core, like the model, it's not that complicated. It is kind of complicated, like I guess compared to a lot of sound designs, but at its core, it's just using simple tools, really. You know, it's all just delay, you know? It's all just delay, guys. Everything is delay and gain at the end of the day. So, would it be possible to make a simple plugin to Air Windows? Maybe. I don't want to derail anything here. Bro, this whole thing is already getting super derailed. Don't even worry about it. Can you explain the sound design loop you mentioned in the Kicks vid? Yeah, so it's not like a definitive thing. I can you know what, let's have some fun. Let me just open up JS Paint real quick. Let me do this the way that I do it in my videos. So let me see if I can actually do this quickly and not take a billion years to do this. Okay, so you have like effects, right? And then you have compression, and you have mixing, right? This is like dry wet, basically. So this isn't like a really definitive thing. This is just kind of like, I guess, theory for sound design. But this is like the typical loop that you kind of do, right? I should actually kind of like switch these. That would probably be a little bit better. Let's see. Let me make this full screen. This is kind of the typical loop for sound design. First, you have your effects. You put whatever effects you want on stuff, and then you mix it. So then you do the dry wet. Most of the time, you're doing 100% wet or whatever. But, you mix it in, and then after that, you just like control the volume, and you like compress it, and you limit it, and you kind of glue it all together, and then you just keep going in this circle, and that is like the general like that's like the general sound design loop. That's just kind of like what I was referring to. And this isn't like the way that you have to do things, but this is just kind of generally the way that a lot of sound designs tend to go. Like when you're putting a lot of processing on things and you're really trying to manipulate sounds, this is kind of the loop, of just like really morphing audio. So, yeah. Hopefully that helps. It's not like a definitive thing, Like sometimes the effects is the compression, so it's just like, sometimes you don't have any of this and you're just going back and forth between this and this or something. Or I don't know, maybe it's all inclusive. Like maybe you're using distortion, and distortion is already like compression and limiting or whatever, but sometimes you don't even need compression. Some people don't even like to use compression. Sometimes you don't use any dry wet stuff either. Sometimes you just go 100% wet. Sometimes you're hardcore like that. I don't know. But yeah, just in general, that's what that is. So anyway, hopefully that helps. It's just like a little bit of theory, I guess. It is me, yes. It's the sound modeling guy. I guess I'm just the sound modeling guy now. The sound modeling guy, I think the sound modeling chose me. I didn't really choose it, but I just made a snare video for fun, literally just for fun, a couple years ago, and now I'm doing this. So now I'm like changing the meta, as AU5 and some other people have told me. I'm changing the meta with this sound design. Yeah, I don't know. How do you like the Gram Slam pack? How is that working for you? Because like I've been using that for a long time. That was like the single best thing I've ever made for myself was the Gram Slam pack. I'm hoping I'm not like really pissing off a bunch of drummers too by making that pack, but that's the reason why there's no loops in it. It's because I didn't want to steal their loops or like their playing. I just wanted to take the sounds and be able to make, my own beats out of the sounds. But I mean, if you wanted to go as far as sampling loops from Instagram, like all the names of the files in the Gram Slam pack, they have like the Instagram ID in them. So if you hear a snare drum that you like or something, then you can just reverse look up where it came from and then just see where it came from and just sample the beat or whatever it came from. Anyway. I got the bug. Yeah, I got the bug like over a decade ago, brother. I've been lurking for a long time. I've been knee deep in this stuff for a while. It's been an adventure. I can't say it's been the most fun adventure, like especially mixing, dude. Mixing is like, yeah, I don't know, but thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Baronier. I'm so like nervous pronouncing names. I appreciate all of you. Yeah, cool. Anyway, I've kind of been derailed for a good hour and a half now, just like talking about all sorts of different things, answering questions. So maybe at this point we can actually try like, I don't know, making a sample pack like how the stream is titled. It's only been an hour and a half, right? So I guess we can start by bouncing out some of these that I already have here. Because I think these are very good. And I actually thought, like, none of this stream is rehearsed, by the way. Like, I didn't rehearse any of this. I just decided I wanted to stream. And, you know, we're just kind of rolling with the punches. We're just seeing where it goes. But I did have a little bit of a think of how I wanted to organize this sample pack that we're going to make here with all these cymbals. And I think kind of what I wanted to do is I wanted to do at least 100 crashes. Maybe something like 50 chinas or like just weird specialty cymbals. Maybe I might bump that up to even higher number. I don't know. I just want a lot of stuff to work with. Like, honestly, the chinas and the crashes, they function kind of similar. So I don't know, something like that. I'm thinking about having like maybe 100 hats, maybe even 200. I don't know. Because hats are very, very important. Hats are like the second most important drum next to a kick, in my opinion. Let's see. And then I don't know, I can throw in some like splash cymbals in there. And then what else? Oh yeah, rides. I need rides, like 50 rides. I don't know. I was thinking this would be like a good start. So what is that, 400? That's 400 samples, right? I would need open hats too. 200 hats is a lot. Maybe 100. I don't think 100 hats would get too old. This might be a good start, huh? I think this is a good start. Something like this. I might also just like have 50 like weird special cymbals, like maybe bells or something. Like things that are just really gnarly. Like if you just need to throw in something that just sounds really weird or something very experimental, I might have something like that. But I was kind of thinking about, you know, kind of maybe having something like that. I was also thinking about 100 hats, aka TF2. I don't get that joke. I'm sorry. Is that a Team Fortress 2 joke? I never played Team Fortress 2. I'm sorry, man. Airwindow's talking about impulses. Tap on wood plate with a piezo pickup on it. That's your initial tick sound. Yeah, that would be the optimal way to do it, honestly. So use a piezo and then hit it with a stick or something. I don't know. A lot of modeling, actually, I've seen a lot of people who do modeling. They like get like a 57 or something and they like tap on it with their fingers and then they can like kind of trigger sounds like that and it works. I can share the project files on Patreon, Modular Drone. I can do that. I don't mind doing that at all. I'd probably take out these stems here because these stems are from the album that we made. So I'd probably take those out. But yeah, I could probably just give you guys these. I don't mind that. I'm gonna take them out right now, actually. I don't need this drum bus either. Send all these to the stereo out. Let's get rid of this drum bus because I don't want it. I don't know what these are tied to. I can probably just get rid of these. Hopefully. Can I? I think I can safely get rid of these. I don't think these are going anywhere. They're muted. All right. Yeet. All right. Will all these work? They all work. Cool. Yeah, so I guess I can bounce these out one by one. Something odd that I noticed is the way that you have to bounce out these cymbals is kind of strange. I noticed that if you just try to bounce out the stick sound with all the bus routing and stuff, it doesn't really work. The only way that I've found to actually properly bounce these out is if you go to the sum here and you create a blank MIDI region, you solo it, and then you bounce and place the MIDI region, the blank one. So like you have to bounce the sum and not just the stick. So that's just kind of what I've noticed works. I don't know. It's just what it is. Yeah, so if I bounce this in place, where does it end up? Because I've never actually done it quite like this, I don't think. It's been a while since I've made a sample pack. I don't really want to bounce it into the project. I kind of just want to bounce this. I can probably just Apple B. That'll probably be good enough, huh? 48K. I like all that. Okay. Let me make a new folder here. Actually, I already have a small, simple sample pack that I was making for myself using the AU5 method. I only made splashes though, because that's all I was capable of making, like how I mentioned in the video. But I'm gonna make a brand new one here. I might throw some of those in there too, because I made some pretty sick cymbals using the AU5 method, actually. Yeah, let's make a new folder. I don't know, we'll call it I'm going to call it the same thing, but with an LOL at the end. That works. Crash 1. And actually, this is another thing I was thinking about, actually, is I think I want to name all these. No, I don't want to index them. I actually want to name them. So, I don't know. I think we should call this first crash, like, default or something. I don't know. I actually don't like that name. Let's just call it Lenny. I like that name. Oh, but then it comes up with that. Okay, fine. We'll call it Carl. Maybe I'll name it something different later. I kind of like sample packs where they name all the sounds in them. Like, they all actually have names. Because they're just kind of fun, you know? And let's see if that actually bounced out the whole thing and got the tail. Because sometimes it doesn't get the tail. And if it didn't get the tail, that's a problem. Let's check this out. No, it did not get the tail. All right. Let me fix that. Apple B. We need to hit this little check mark that says include audio tail. And we might as well normalize it too. I forgot to do that. All right, here we go. Cool. One down. 499 to go. Yeah, I'm going to start by just bouncing all these out and then, I don't know. Oh yeah, this second one. What are we calling this guy? Ooh. I think we'll call this one Flower. Cool. I like that name. I have to try not to overthink these names too much. I got to be real intuitive about it because I have to name 500 of these. So, all right, next. Got to answer questions while I'm doing this too. Oh yeah, what are we calling this? Trash. Ooh. I don't know. Use Reaper. Please, this is grueling. Yeah, I have Reaper on my laptop, but I've never used it on this machine. Came from TikTok talking about your symbol. My symbol design made it to TikTok, huh? I don't use TikTok at all. Who made a TikTok about my symbol design? Was it AU5? Because I know AU5 made a reel about it. Render everything using a single way for each category. It will save you hours. This is just gonna take time because I pre-made all of these, but it'll go faster like once I actually just make one and then just keep manipulating it. And I'm not gonna finish this on stream either. I'll probably just finish this like, you know, on my downtime, but I'm gonna at least start it on stream. Is a 909 crash cymbal synthesized or is it an actual recording? I believe the 909 crash cymbal is synthesized using FM and square waves. I actually made a cymbal very, very similar. It sounded almost exactly the same as a 909 cymbal using the AU5 method. So the AU5 method is good. It's just really, really hard to control. And using like stacked FM, like square waves and things, that does work, but it's not as good as this. It's just not. I don't know. I feel like I need like an S name for this. I'm just gonna call this style. And this is a like a China. I might rename some of these later, but I don't know. I'm just moving along here. Oh yeah, this one. I'm gonna call this tree. Because it's green. This China is the best China that I've ever made. This is the best China cymbal I've ever made. We're gonna call it best. This cymbal sounds a little bit more like a crash to me. But it is a little bit dark and resonant. I'm gonna call it Pico. I knew everything else was synthesized, but I always figured the crash was recorded. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the crash is probably synthesized. I don't know for certain. But like I've always had the impression that the crash was synthesized. Ooh, that's a cool one. Hopefully it's not too weird like watching me do this. I have some weird like I used to have like really bad OCD when it came to like doing stuff in Logic. So like I might be like doing things multiple times or whatever. It was a real problem like a couple of years ago. But anyway, let's see. This one I might just call like, I'll call it shower. And then we have this open hat. I'm just gonna call it sizzle. Pretty basic name for a hat. All right, so now from here we can just start designing. I'm actually gonna just delete a lot of these and just work off of this one. I'm not gonna save the project, so I'm not gonna save over anything, but we're just gonna take this and we're just gonna keep changing it up until we get something that we like, and then we're gonna bounce it out, and that's how it's gonna be. That's the method. All right, so let's do this. So I'm actually going to start by probably just messing with the dispersion. And while I'm doing all this stuff, I'm going to try to like pay attention to you guys and answer everything too. From Wikipedia, the 909 was the first Roland drum machine to use samples for its crash, ride, and hi-hats. Really? So it is sampled. That's interesting. But did they sample it from like a synth or something? Probably not. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you even sample from a synth if you have the ability to sample? Name one schizo. You know what? I'll make a China called Schizo. I can make a crash. Well, you know, I'll make a crash called Schizo. Let's make a Schizo. Let's make Schizo sound really unhinged. No offense to anyone with Schizo. I actually know some people with Schizo, but they would laugh at that joke. So. Oh, that's sounding real nice. I have to keep this unrecorded. There we go. I can use multiple resonator buses too, which I will probably start doing from this point on. Once I start getting the feel for this again, because it's been a little bit since I've made these, but once I get the feel for it again, I have a feeling it's got to go pretty quick. Because I made all of the cymbals in the example pretty fast, actually. It didn't take me very long to make all those, and they all sounded great, so. That's very resonant. There's this like really fine sizzle up there with this one. I think it's actually coming from probably the dispersion. Could be one of these too. Let me see. So the thing is if we ended up making a plugin of this, right? Because this process is a little bit tedious, but if we ended up making a plugin that does all this, right? The most important thing would to really get a good randomizer or like a good randomization in it. That would be like the most important thing in my opinion. you would want to be able to set, almost similar to like how massive, I don't know if you guys remember NI massive, but I guess in a way, even though I'm still kind of young, I guess I'm sort of unk because I used massive a lot back in the day. But massive had these really, really robust randomization options in the synth. And if we had a plugin that did cymbals, then that would be very, very important in my opinion. Because that would really speed up the whole process of designing a modern talking cymbal. There we go. Okay, you use massive. Randomize parameter buttons. Yep. Yeah, that would be super, super important in my opinion, because there's just so much stuff to mess with that if you can just hit a button and it just gives you like a new cymbal every time, even if it sounds like a little bad, and then you just have to make a couple tweaks to get it right, then like you could just be making cymbals all day long. But I have to kind of mess with these sort of one by one, because we don't got that technology yet, but hopefully soon we can have that potential. I kind of like the tone of this. I'm gonna clean it up just a little bit, and then let me see if I can clean it up. That's the fundamental I like, but I'm not really privy on these ones. I don't really like these lower ones. I can keep them in a little, but there's some ugliness there. That is a cymbal. It's a little sizzly. Let me see if I can take care of the sizzliness, just a little. I want to try to tame it just a little bit, and then we'll bounce this one out. Any stock plugins that do all-pass filters, like a phaser or something. Most DAWs do not have a stock all-pass filter, and I don't know why. Like, even in Phase Nudge, it mentions... it seems like this isn't part of typical DAWs and plugin collections. Can't see why. It's a pretty basic tool. And I 100% agree with this. This is what Chris wrote in his diary entry for Phase Nudge. And it's 100% true. Like, all-pass filters are pretty, and phase rotators are pretty basic tools. But yeah, like, DAWs just don't really have them. I guess they're not like super useful for mixing, so they don't have them. But in my opinion, phase distortion isn't useful for mixing either. Phase distortion is trash for mixing. Like, I don't know why anyone would use phase distortion for mixing. It's not like saturation. Like, saturation you use that all the time, but this, like, if you were to put this on like a guitar or like a piano, or it would just sound awful. It does not sound good. Maybe on a snare drum, maybe, but like, just put saturation on it, or just put a hard clipper on it, mix it in, So I don't know why they would have phase distortion be like a stock plugin in a lot of DAWs, but not a simple all-pass filter like a phase rotator, because that, I don't know, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But anyway, Ableton might let you do it. Yeah. Perhaps. I don't use Ableton a lot. AU5 is, I bet you that AU5 is going to make a video on this soon, because, he's already very, very interested in this. And when he was making his prototype rack that does this, he was hitting me up and, getting my opinions on things. And, he was referring to me when he was making that. So pretty soon he's probably going to have an Ableton tutorial, and it's going to be way better than my video. And he's going to completely outdo me. But you know what? Like, I welcome it, because, I want to see I want to see people make sick stuff, you know. I'm just trying to contribute to the, you know, to the technology and just what's out there, you know. I'm just trying to expand the capabilities of everyone. This is a pretty dark sounding cymbal. I don't know, but does this sound like schizo? I don't know if it's schizo. Maybe if we add some gnarly bell-like tones to it, it can be more schizo. One sec, let's see. First of all, let's get this. I kind of like that a little bit better. Yeah, this isn't schizo. What is this cymbal called? What are we calling this one? Crash. It's pretty dissonant, you know? It's got some dissonance in it. Not sure if I like the dissonance. Oh, okay, that's a little bit better. Hollow sound. Okay, let's call it hollow. I like that. That's simple enough for me. Cool. All right. Now we keep just taking this and we just keep messing with it. Oh, I don't want to pan these. I do that all the time. It's very easy when you're moving these around to accidentally pan them. And it gets really annoying. I'm going to keep this comb over here, and we're going to keep the resonator over here. Now we're getting something kind of bright. We're getting something kind of bright and sizzly now, huh? Ooh. That is weird. I put a frequency shifter on it and it's getting silly because it's combining with the drynol. That's really fun. Probably not a good sample, but it's fun. Alright, I'm already starting to like the sound of this. Yeah, flange crash, yeah. It's more like a phaser crash. I don't know, is it a phaser crash? I don't know. Man, I already like the sound of this guy. This sounds pretty good. Let's add some bell tones to it. So, I'm gonna add another resonator bank here, and we're just gonna make this like some really gnarly sounding like resonant tones here. Just kind of mix it in. Let's see here. You can get really nice fundamentals too, using this trick. If you like filter it like this, you can get some nice like mid-range tones. But I use it mostly for like bell-ish tones like this. Just kind of like filter it in the upper mid-range. It's a bit dense right now, so I can probably... church bell type beat. You know what's funny about bells, right? You know what's funny about bells is that's actually one of the first things I started studying when I was trying to figure out how to do cymbals. I can try to make some bell hits, homeboy. But yeah, that might be it. Like when I've tried to make bell hits in the past, it was like really kind of hard. I can try though. They might still sound like pretty synthetic, but we can try to go for that. In fact, I might try to go for that after I make this one. We'll see what happens. Physically modeled cowbell win. I can show you guys, you can model different things with this model. You don't have to just make cymbals, and I'll demonstrate that. I've actually made like stick perk sounds using this model. I showed AU5 this too, by the way. But I've made like weird stick perk things. I've made like, like these side stick sounds. You can kind of model whatever you want. You just have to know how to set the dispersion properly. And then, you set your resonators properly. Like this is almost just like a basic object modeler. The more that I think about it, as long as you just tune this dispersion thing, the dispersion just roughly emulates like how energy travels through a medium. That's all it does, And we're making the dispersion really washy and kind of noisy because that's kind of like how energy flows through a cymbal. It's, it's just washy like that. And then the resonators just kind of make it, like metallic, I guess. But if you were to set this dispersion bus to not be very like washy and just be like more like filtered and really dampened and, not last as long, like have a very fast decay, you can technically model like whatever you want, like any material. You can model wood. You can do all sorts of stuff, and I'll show you. After I make this cymbal, I'll show you that. I'll demonstrate it. Let me see if I can finish this guy though. We'll go for something like that, maybe. And then let's just turn it down a lot. I don't know, I almost kind of like it without it better. We'll just keep it out. This is a nice sounding cymbal. I like this cymbal. What's the name of this one, guys? I'll just have you guys name them. It's a nice sounding cymbal. Re-EQ has an all-pass filter. Okay, so I guess you Reaper people are blessed. I mean, you guys are blessed with like the only double S tier DAW anyway, but that's probably one of the things that just makes it double S to begin with. Yeah, Timmy's a good name. I like that. Let's do Timmy. Timmy. All right. Sick. Okay, so let me duplicate this. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. I might have to fix some stuff. Let's see. 8 is the dispersion, 9 is the... Yeah, it always breaks. So 9 is the comb input. So we need to change this to 9. Let me mute this. We'll change this to 9. If we can find it. 9. And then we'll change this to 9. Okay. I'm going to call this perk. And this is going to bus 10 and bus 12 for some reason. I don't know why. So bus 10, bus 12, and it's all outputting to bus 7. Okay, so I think this is working properly. Yeah, that's a cymbal. Let's see. I need to turn this off. There we go. Okay, so let me show you guys what you can do with this. So if you take the dispersion and, well, first of all, like let's make the decay rate really fast by turning down the volume. So now it's decaying very, very fast. You can even do away with this dispersion in this case because you don't need it because the decay rate's very fast, right? And then another thing you can do is you can put a dampening filter on this. Right? So that's already starting to become a little bit more like dead, right? But let's just start messing with, well, okay, let's just listen to the dispersion. Let's see what the dispersion's doing first of all. So this is what the dispersion's doing. It's just like a weird thing. Let's see if we can blur it just a little bit more using these. Perhaps our dampening is a little bit too much. Let's try dampening it a little bit more like this, and maybe even dampen the lows as well. I'll just use shelves, because these shelves are being applied continuously. So you don't really need much. Okay, and then let's make this vital thing like maybe a little lower. Yeah, it's like a car plus strong thing, but it's basically car plus strong with like resonators. That's essentially what it is. But the car plus strong is it's more than just delay. Like you're delaying, but you're also severely like, you know, modulating the sound. Like you're modulating the pitch with the M vibrato technically, and then like you're just messing with the phases so much that it's just blurring the sound like a ton. But yeah, it's basically car plus strong. Okay, anyway. So now we got this. Pretty dark. Let's get rid of this crazy EQ. Okay. Let's see what I can do. I remember when I was messing with this, right? This is like while I was making the video. I was playing around, and I swear, like I have a project that I saved this in. I made like some wood sounding like perks, and they sounded really good. But I just need to figure out how to do it again. That still sounds kind of metallic-y. Okay, well that already sounds like a cowbell. That's a cowbell, right? Okay. Like, I made a cowbell by accident. I don't know. It's not a perfect cowbell, but okay, come on, that's a cowbell. I'll even bounce this out. I'll bounce this out just for fun. We'll have some cowbells in there too. Why not? Why not? We'll have question mark amount of cowbells. I think I just need to make the stick sound like maybe more like how I was designing the ride stick sound, you know? So I need to make it like a really random, like sort of transient thing. Oh. That's gnarly. Sorry, I'm just having fun now. All right, let's get like a transient thing. We'll get a sine wave. I'm just gonna get some white noise and then FM it. I don't know how much FM to put on this. Oh, now it sounds like we're really smacking it. That's because of this. If you turn this off, if you turn it down. Oh, that's interesting. That's how that sounds, huh? All right. It's not quite what I want out of that. Okay, hold on. Let's disable this. Yeah, I need this to be a lot brighter. A lot brighter. Like very noisy. Oh wait, I'm not even having this FM from the noise OSC. I'm an idiot. There we go. Okay, that's what I'm going for. Like a transient. Yeah, that's what I want. And instead of it being like super noisy up here, I might actually try to get more of a resonant sort of peak thing. A little bit more like that. That. You know? Like that's kind of like a more of a proper like stick impact sort of thing going on. You know, it's just like a little transient. Even that, it sounds pretty good. So we're gonna use this. I'm gonna turn it down. Feed that in, see what happens. Now it's no longer sounding like a cowbell anymore. It sounded more like a cowbell when we just had the saw. It was really low. But this is like a cowbell-ish sound. Oh, here we go. So just more decay. And this dispersion bus, I think, is barely kind of doing anything, right? Like, I think most of the sound is actually just coming from the stick going directly to the combs. Because there isn't a whole lot of dispersion happening, like there's not like a lot of random noisy washy dispersion happening, I should say, in like a more stiff object like a cowbell. A cowbell, you know, it's more rigid. So it's not like it's like bending and warping like how a cymbal would. So in that case, you almost don't even really need this dispersion, but the dispersion can help give it a little bit more realism. If you tune it correctly. Or it can just make it sound like it's warping or distorting or something, like you're smacking the crap out of it, I don't know. But even just like having just these comb filters in parallel like this, and then just frequency shifting it. Getting some anvil-like sounds too. This is actually something I do a lot. Yeah, like a metal bowl, right? It kind of does sound like a metal bowl. Especially turn the resonance up on this. Maybe high pass it. Yeah, so that just goes to show, right? Like, you can kind of get all sorts of sounds using this model, and I'm not even really using the dispersion much. But just using combs in general, like car plus strong, and you know, car plus strong in general, and then like doing internal filtering, and I guess like I just use frequency shifters as almost like a cheat code just to kind of bend things and make them more inharmonic. You know, you can model all sorts of stuff, get all sorts of different, you know, metallic-y ringing sounds out of it. And it's something I even do a lot in my own music. Like a lot of the times I like to add like really like anvil-y kind of ringy percussive stuff in my music. So I just stack comb filters on top of each other and just get this really gnarly, obnoxious ringy noise and just like you know, and just kind of like put it in things. So I don't know. It's just some food for inspiration or whatever. But yeah, like, I guess that's kind of how you can make a cowbell or something of that nature. This one has some high resonant ringing to it because of these. Oh, I panned it by accident again. There we go. What does it sound like with the dispersion? Yeah, let me turn that on. Let's try that. So right now the dispersion, I have it decaying very fast. So I have the volume here like very low. The dispersion is feeding back on itself at plus 6 dB. So if I put this at -6, then it'll be feeding back at unity technically. So I'm gonna set it just a little bit lower than that, and hopefully it doesn't wanna. Okay. So that's the dispersion. I also have this dampening EQ on it. And this is being applied every time it cycles. So this is making it sound real dead. But if I lift it, now you're getting more of a cymbal-like sound. right? So that's what it sounds like with the dispersion. And, you know, if you want to drive it, you want to make it sound like it's warping and distorting and swelling. That's actually kind of a gnarly, like... That's a really gnarly sounding cymbal, actually. It's like a... Yeah, it's like a weird, like... Yeah, it's like a weird gong splash. It's like a gong splash cymbal. I kind of like that. That really like weird. It's coming from this one right here. Let me see if we can tune it just a little bit. I might want to tune it just slightly. That sounds more like a splash. I don't know, you guys think that like that tone in it is like a little bit annoying? Like that might not mix very well. If you wanted to actually use this as something. That might be a little bit obnoxious. Glash. It's a glash. Yeah, dude. Matt, you can make all sorts of stuff with this. Like I was just going, we made a cowbell by accident. I should have bounced it out. I should have just stopped and bounced it out. I'm sorry that I didn't. You can get so carried away with this. It's like what I mentioned in my video. It's the danger of this is you can just get so carried away just sound designing. You like the gnarly like mid-range kind of tone in this guy. I'll reduce it just a little. But in general, it's not bad. It does hurt the ears a little. Okay, hold on. It's a bit resonant at 8K. I can try to maybe tame it a bit. Yeah, that's gonna mix it a little bit better, I think. It's like a weird bell china. I'll put that under special. What are we calling it? Glash? Oh, wrong one. We want this one. We'll call it glash. Cool. All right, let's keep messing with this. When I'm making sounds, that's like the kind of like the that's like the flow. Like I just make the sound and then once I'm like this is kind of cool, then once I'm starting to think it's done, I just like throw some EQ on it real quick and I just like try to get it pretty generally balanced out with EQ and then I'm like, okay, ship it. That's kind of like my flow. And I mentioned that in the video too. Just slap some EQ on it and bounce it out. I find that a little bit important just to like, you want to do just a little bit of final polish because you do want to think about how you might use these in a mix or something. And you never really know like how they're going to sit in a mix until you try them, but you can at least try to have a little bit of foresight. I've been trying to do gun sound effects lately, and I feel like this method is going to be a game changer. Yes. Guns are very hard. Like I actually thought about guns because someone mentioned it in my comment section, but gun sound effects are very like hard to model, I think, because there are so many moving parts in a gun. And I think that's what makes like gun sound effects like so ear candy like, is because there's so many moving parts in it, and it's just like this nice like orchestra of perks happening, you know. It's just like there's a lot happening. But if you want like these like really fine, ringy, you know, sorts of sounds, stacking comb filters is what gives you that for sure. Like if you like, I kind of showed this off when I was making hats, but like when you get those like really ringy, like burial like hat sounds by like stacking combs together and turning on serial mode, which is basically the same thing, right? You're just putting the combs one after the other. That's what gives you the really ringy sound. And it's good for getting all sorts of like nice like ear candy HD type stuff. But you just kind of have to be careful with how you mix it, because it can get really irritating. 90% room tone. I don't know, man. Like I've heard some guns outside, and you know, if you're talking about gunshots, that's different. But I'm thinking of like reload sounds and stuff like that, like gun handling, you know. Other awesome thing about having one contained plugin is you can save the settings as presets too, instead of just having the final outputs. Yeah, that's exactly like the idea, right? Is like you can just save the presets, and like those are just different cymbals, and then you can use them. And like the problem with having samples too is that like one of the major benefits to this model is the fact that you can swell the cymbals. But obviously, like if you're just bouncing out samples, you can't have dynamics. You're just gonna have the one. Which, you know, if you're making crashes or whatever. Oh, you did mean gunshots. Okay, got you. If you were making crashes or whatever, like most of the time you're hitting crashes at like max velocity, you know, or China's or whatever. So it's fine not to have too many dynamics. I feel like there's a lot less instances in modern music where you're actually swelling cymbals. You're more swelling like rides, maybe, are the biggest ones you swell. But I don't know. In general, right. What am I doing again? Oh yeah, I was trying to show off how to get like really ringy sounds. Okay, yeah. So, let me like put some of these in put these in serial, and then you'll see like what I mean. That's not doing much. Okay. I just want to make sure I can keep the volume down, because I don't want to give anyone tinnitus or whatever, because it does get really loud. Yeah. Oof. I double clicked it by accident. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, but you get all these like fine like ringy. And I use stuff like this all the time in my sound design. I've been doing this stuff for years, actually. Using like flangers, and I mostly use flangers to do this, like in synths and stuff. But like honestly, M-Comb is like the best tool for doing stuff like this, because this plugin is just very powerful. It's free, and it's got the internal filters and all that. You get 4 of them. But yeah, like I use this kind of sound design all the time, where I'm just like stacking resonators on things to get these nice ringy tones. I don't know. It just sounds cool. Sounds very HD. Yeah, the fluty overtones. Okay, so this is actually really interesting. So I have an example in my video. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my video and show you guys. There was one example in my video where, let's see, what are these short recommendations I'm getting? Goodness gracious. Cymbal synthesis. Okay. So there's this. Oh, hold on. Let me mute this stuff. Let me see here.
I just kind of put a little this, a little that.
Possible. Hold on. This, okay, so this ride cymbal right here, that one. So if you look at, okay, this is actually something that's kind of fun. Something you can do with this video, because this video took me so long to make. If you pay attention to the top right corner here and just look at the date and the time, just as the video goes on, you're gonna have a freaking adventure, because like this date and time will just gradually go up, and sometimes it'll just jump all over the place, and it just goes everywhere. So you can actually just have an adventure, just like watching the date change and the time change. But anyway, so I made this ride cymbal back in July, right? That's when I filmed the footage for this.
When I decided to make a video.
But this ride cymbal, the way I made that is actually with the paid version of Mcomb. So you can't do this with the free version, but you can do it with the paid version. So let me go to this, not this one. Let me go to this crash cymbal real quick. So if you get your combs, okay, let me just turn off some of this extra stuff. So if you get the combs and you give them a lot of resonance, and you kind of move them around, man, it's not sounding like how it used to. Maybe it's because they're not in serial. Do they have to be in serial? Maybe they have to be in serial. Hold on. I don't know if you guys can hear those extra sound effects. I have haptics on my machine. Yeah, so if you kind of like move these around as the sound is resonating. You can get these really washy kind of sounds out of it. And that's actually how I made that cymbal. So let me see, does that have a name? It's just called Cymbals 5. So let me see if I can pull that up. I'm gonna be abandoning. I might have to save this as an alternative real quick. Let me see if I can. Okay, so I'm gonna save this so I can come back to it. So let me see if I can pull up Cymbals 5. I have to find it. I can show you how that cymbal works, because it's actually a very interesting technique if you have the paid version. Cymbals 5, here it is. Okay. I'm gonna turn this down. Okay, yeah, so here's the cymbal from July, right? So let's open this up and see what's going on. Oh wow. So okay, so all right. Okay, so there's some things to talk about with this. This is kind of like this is pretty much the same technique. Except for I don't think I have a dispersion bus here. Yeah, and I can't swell the cymbal. But basically what I'm doing here, wave shapers per note. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about, it's fine. So the interesting thing about this one, right, is I think on this resonator bus. Oh, how is this working? I made this so long ago, guys. Hold on. Bus 3, bus 2. Okay, so bus 2 is going to all of these. And then all of these are going here. And then I have this bus, which is also going to bus 2. Okay, yeah, so this thing called a resonator is actually my dispersion bus. And then all these things called materials are like my combs. And then this plate out is like, I guess the sum of all of those. What is this? Resonator out? This is designed kind of differently. But this is made pretty much with just comb filters. And look at this thing I'm doing. You can only do this with the paid version of M-Comb. But I'm stacking all these comb filters together. But for this first one, I have them like randomizing and kind of wiggling around. And that's what gives it that washy sound. So if you're a weirdo, yeah, it sounds very convincing. Because it's just comb filters. It's just like Car Plus Strong, but just stacked over and over and over, you know? But what was I saying? M-Comb is a free plugin, but you can pay to like quote unquote buy the free suite. And what that does is it unlocks the ability to do like the multi-parameters and apply the modulators to all the parameters and stuff, right? So if you actually pay like $20 or however much it is to like quote unquote buy the free suite or whatever, like unlock these extra features, you get the ability to randomize the parameters like this. The modulators in the Melda plugins are very, very powerful. There's like normal LFOs, there's followers, like volume followers, there's envelopes, there's random generators, and then there's pitch followers. And you can apply these to like anything that you want. It's very, very like micro and, you know, it's like if Bitwig was a plugin, basically. That's what Melda kind of is. It's just like super duper. You can get really, really nerdy. That's why I love the Melda suite. Freemium, yeah. That's a good way to put it, right? But yeah, like I also noticed that like when you stack a bunch of combs together like this and you kind of move them around, you get all these really interesting washy kind of sounds out of it. And so that's like what I'm doing here. I wish there's a way that I could like turn all these up, but I don't think I can. I mess with the speed. So in a way, this is almost like my dispersion bus, because I'm doing like this weird dispersion thing by like kind of randomly doing, like this is almost doing what like my M vibrato was doing in the other model, you know? But I guess technically this way you have even more control over it, if you think about it. I can make him go real crazy. Yeah, so now it's going everywhere. These ones are wiggling too. That literally sounds like a hi-hat sizzling. That's wild. That's wild. Yeah, so, and like, look at, like, you can see this. This is just a bunch of M combs stacked on top of each other, right? It's just a bunch of combs. And then those are going to all of these, and all of these are just more combs ran in parallel. So, like, I have a bunch of parallel combs that are stacked, like 4 going into 4, going into 4, going into 4, going into 4, a lot of which are kind of being randomly wiggled around. And then that whole stack is going into 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 22, 24. Did I count that right? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 20, 32 combs. And you get that. Wild. And you know, make them all wiggle. I guess I could, right? It'd take some time to set it up. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it won't take time to set them up. Ooh. Oh, this might get loud. I'm gonna put a limiter on this just to protect you guys. This is getting kind of chaotic. This fourth one is going crazy. I think if I set this to up and down, then I can set a depth. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. Set this to up and down. Where's the other one that's really wiggly? This one. This one's going mad. I'm gonna turn that one off just for now. Okay. So now we have this thing going on, right? Remember, this is just a bunch of combs. That's all it is. So now, check it out. Now what I'm going to do, instead of having this impulse here that I'm running with serum, I'm going to do something different. Now I'm going to run a sawtooth through it, and I'm going to sweep the volume, and I'm going to try to keep it low because I don't know how loud this is going to get. Isn't that wild? I'm gonna filter it. Bowed cymbal. It almost reminds me of like what are those horror like those horror movie instruments that they use where they like get they get like a pan and they put water in it or something. Yeah, it's like one of those. It's not quite a bowed cymbal. Bowed cymbals sound very like I showed some bowed cymbals in the video. They're like very like low and like buzzy and also ringy. You can make bowed cymbal sounds using Car Plus Strong too, but okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, like a water phone. Yeah, that's what it's called, a water phone. That's kind of what this reminds me of. Okay, I have multiple ideas now. So let's try doing like a sine wave. This isn't a perfect sine wave, but it's fine. see what happens. I don't know. I feel like Matt Reeves can probably get some use out of that. I don't know if Matt Reeves is still here. But Matt Reeves makes horror games, so he could get some use out of some of this. Let's try doing a super saw. Let's do a random phase super saw. I have a preset for this actually. It's just comb filters, dude. This is a free plugin. I mean, I'm doing some wiggly stuff with it. If I turn off all the wiggling, it's probably gonna end up being a lot more ringy. It's probably not gonna be as like detailed. Okay, so I turned off the wiggliness. So hopefully it's not. Yeah, okay, so I turned off all the wiggling and now it's not as like, you know, warbly. But it is still very metallic sounding. And again, if you put like M vibrato on this instead of having the combs wiggle, then you can get something similar, I think. So let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not creating any positive feedback loops in here. I think I'm good. I just want to make sure. I don't want to blow up anything. I have a limiter on the master. It's fine. So let's set this to mess. Some smoothing. It's not exactly the same as having like the moving combs or whatever, but it's something. It's cool at the very least. I feel like you can use this for like horror sound effects or something. You can like... Have I tried using Corpus for any of these drums yet? I feel like it would change your life. It can do inharmonic overtones and mimic a bunch of different resonator, bodies. I've never used Corpus because I don't use Ableton. I did mention Corpus in my video, and I've talked to AU5 about Corpus, but he told me it was pretty limited. Are comb filters delays? Comb filters are delays. Comb filters are extremely short delays. They're delays that are so short that they flange with the original signal. So yeah. All this is basically, homeboy, this is just a bunch of delays. Like that's what a reverb is. It's a bunch of delays that are in like a matrix. So all of these are just like delays that are in parallel, running into more delays that are in parallel. And then running into 32 delays that are in parallel. And they're all set to different delay times, but they're very short. So yeah, it's all delay. If you think about it, right? And I'm kind of surprised that more people didn't bring this up, because I thought that this would be something that people would start arguing about in my comment section. But in a certain point of the video, I mentioned that all audio effects are just delay and gain. And I'm actually really surprised that no one like brought that up. But that was actually something that I realized / learned like more recently, like within the last 2 years. Is that, yeah, like all audio effects is just delay and gain, and that's it. That's all it is. And there's a very easy and simple proof for that. But I can even draw it out if you want me to. But that's only if someone wants to contest that argument. I'll only waste your time contesting that if someone wants to argue. Yeah, that's another way of looking at it. All sounds are just sine waves together. No, literally all effects. All effects. Every single effect. Distortion is, yeah. Distortion is like a wave shaper is just gain. That's all it is. Distortion, this is just gain. Yeah. Yeah, you can call clipping gain, because that's all it is. All you're doing is you're pulling you're taking a sample, you're seeing that if it's like above a threshold and you're turning it down. That's all clipping is. That's all wave shaping is, like all distortion. Like this is just remapping amplitude values. That's all it's doing. So it's just applying different amounts of gain to every sample. That's all distortion is. Yeah, it's gain dependent gain. That's exactly it. Yeah, that's what a wave shaper does. It's painful to admit. Oh, corpus doesn't go that far. Yeah, yeah. And like a compressor, you know, it controls gain, but it controls gain using delay, right? Because it you know, it has attack and release controls on it. So it's just doing gain. But the way that it does it is it uses a special like algorithm to do it, you know? There's like a lot of smoothing, and there's a lot of, sometimes there's filtering and stuff like that. But yeah, everything is gain and delay. Panning is gain. Yeah, panning is gain. You're just turning down the gain of one side of the stereo image. Gain is volume. Gain is just amplitude. Like, I guess when you're talking about like digital audio, at least to my understanding, when I refer to gain, I just mean volume. Like, you get a gain plugin, you turn it up, you're just turning up the volume. You know what I mean? Anything that is nonlinear, I would consider simply gain plus delay. No, there's plenty of nonlinear things that are gain plus delay. I would say that nonlinear just means it's gain dependent gain or gain dependent delay. It just means that it's gain dependent. Frequency is delay because it's time based, pretty much. Yeah, pitch shifting. Yeah, like all of like the time shifting stuff. Like, it's all just delay that's special. And there's a very simple proof for this. You don't even have to like argue about it or dissect anything, right? Just think about audio. I almost kind of wanted to make a video about this because this is kind of an interesting thing to think about. But think about audio. I'm gonna draw some audio. There's some audio. Okay, you got some audio. That's a bad line. I have a line tool. I can just use the line tool. This is audio. Okay. Just look at this. This is a two-dimensional thing. Okay. You have volume, which is the y-axis. It's up and down. And you have time, which is the x-axis. That's all it is. What's time? Time is delay. And volume is gain. So everything is gain and delay, everything. You can boil every single process down to gain and delay. Even mixing. Like mixing is just taking the average of two different signals, and then that's mixing. You know what I mean? So you're just adjusting the gain. You know, you're taking two different gain values and averaging them. So it's just gain. Yeah, everything is gain and delay. That's like the easy proof for that. So I guess in a way, like by modeling things with like comb filters like this, you know, this is almost like you're using the very, very, very basics of audio, like the very, very like fundamental aspects of like audio processing is just like you're just taking delay and just having a lot of different delays happening and just kind of tuning them. You know what I mean? And I think that's the reason why it works so well for modeling. Sound signals are two-dimensional, yeah. They're two-dimensional. I guess you can argue they're like maybe 2.5 because you have like the stereo field or whatever. You know, you have the left and the right speaker. So you can make an argument on that because of stereo, but yeah, in general, like audio is two-dimensional, you're right. I have a question you can probably answer. If I have two channels hard panned, how does an imager make it sound wider? It's always been magic to me, but I get you can... Okay, so I'm pretty sure what an imager does. I don't know what your imager is doing, but I can demonstrate probably. Let me open up a new project here. Pretty soon, I'll get back to cymbals pretty soon, guys, because we kind of put the cymbal thing on hold a little bit. So, here's a sawtooth. This is a mono signal, right? So, right now, the signal, some of you guys already know what I'm about to do. Right now, the signal is the exact same between both speakers. That's what makes it mono, right? So I can see this. I'll put on a goniometer, this thing. So this thing shows you basically what the stereo field looks like. So if it's tilted to the right, that means it's panned right. And if it's tilted to the left, it's panned left, right? So this thing is pulling all of the samples and it's just putting it on a graph. Like if the sample is positive on the left speaker, it goes over here. If it's negative on the left speaker, it goes here. If it's positive on the right, it goes there. And it's negative on the right, it goes here, right? So if I pan this, you're going to see it pan, right? Okay. So you can hard pan something and it'll tilt to the right, and you can hard pan it the other way and it'll tilt to the left, and it's going diagonal, right? But you can get this line to go completely horizontal. And the way that you do that is by flipping the polarity of one speaker. Right? So now it's horizontal. So what that means is the two speakers are completely like out of phase. They're 180 degrees out of phase. And when you hear this, it might sound like, you know, if you're wearing headphones, it might sound really weird. It might sound like it's coming from behind you or something. It sounds very odd because it's not natural. It's like instead of the sound pushing and pulling, you know, instead of like the pressure waves, like pushing air towards you and then retracting air from you, now you have one side pushing while the other speaker is pulling. So what that does is it's kind of like moving the air from side to side instead of forward and back, right? That's kind of what's happening. So this is basically as wide as you can go. This is as decorrelated as you can get. Like stereo correlation, you see this correlation meter, it's all the way in the red. So if you were to sum this to a mono signal, if you were to turn this stereo signal into mono, it'll completely cancel out. I'm still playing the note. See? I'm playing the note in Serum. It's just canceled out. Because you can't display this in mono. So that's probably what your imager is doing, Matt, is you might have like a hard panned signal like this, where it's hard panned, but then once you put the imager on it, right, it's taking the signal that's in the left, right, and it's flipping the phase of it. It's like flipping the polarity and putting it a little bit in the right speaker, and it makes it sound like it's even further to the left. And it's probably even doing a little bit of Haas or some other trick too. I can demonstrate that as well. If I get a gain plugin and I put it on dual mono, and I set this to be mid-side. Okay. So now what this is doing is I have a knob that controls the mono signal. So it controls like the signal, just like the parts of the signal that are the same in both speakers. And then I have the side signal, which controls the differences between the speakers, right? And if I turn the side signal up, you see how the line is like shifting more to the side? So that's probably what it's doing. And if I turn it down, it's going to make it more mono. That's what most imagers do. They just turn up the side signal, right? I'm doing this with the stock gain plugin in Logic, by the way. I'm just running it in dual mono. A lot of people don't know you can do that. But when you go to the plugins here, it gives you the option to run it in stereo and then dual mono. Dual mono just means that it's running a mono plugin, the mono version of the plugin, but with both speakers, like separately for both speakers. But you can actually hit this little icon and it takes you to here, and you can change the setting to mid-side, which is really, really handy. It's a lesser known feature with Logic, but it's really, really cool. But yeah, that's what imagers do. They just turn the side signal up most of the time. Yeah, so you're just turning up the difference between the two speakers. So technically, when you do that, right, it does do some weird things, because right now, my right speaker, there is absolutely zero signal going to the right speaker, right? And I can show you with a level meter. There is no signal going to the right speaker. But if I increase the side signal, it's going to increase the difference between the two speakers. So now, by increasing the side signal, I'm actually going to be introducing signal into the right speaker by doing that. See? Because the only way to make the left signal more different from the right signal is to invert the left signal and put it in the right signal. And that's how you make it more different. Does that make sense? Yeah. So that's kind of what's going on. Yeah. Anyway, hopefully some of you got something out of that. Yeah. That's a pretty easy explanation. There's another trick too for getting stereo stuff. You can look it up. I guess I can demonstrate it real quick. It's not that hard to demonstrate. Another trick that some plugins will use too is something called Haas. It's called Haas delay. There's a handy plugin that Kilohertz makes called Haas, and it does this. But this is where you start to get into psychoacoustics, right? So now at this point, you're not just doing like Haas is more of an effect that happens in our brains than it does in physics. That's like the best way for me to explain it. So the way that our brains work is the way that we perceive space is if we hear a sound hit one ear before it hits the other ear, then we can perceive it by coming from a different direction, right? That's what I said. Psychoacoustics, right? Are you just joking with me? Psychoacoustics? Anyway, if a sound hits one ear before it hits the other ear, our brains perceive it as coming from a certain direction, right? So if you hear a sound coming from the right, okay, like this, then you're going to perceive the sound is going to hit your right ear before it hits the left ear. And so you're going to perceive it from coming from the right. You still hear this sound coming from the right speaker with your left ear if you're listening on speakers, but not if you're listening on headphones. However, you can use a trick to pan things on headphones, but still make it sound natural, and that's by using Haas. So the way that Haas works is I'm going to have this panned in the middle. So this is completely mono. This is a mono sound. But I'm going to delay one speaker just by a tiny bit. It's a tiny bit. And it should sound like, if I delay the sound in the right speaker, it should sound like the sound is coming from the left. But if you look at my meters here, it's the same volume in both. But it should sound like it's coming from the left, because I'm delaying the right channel just a little bit. And it doesn't take much at all. You just need a tiny bit. Like this is, I'll set it to 1 millisecond. That's 1 millisecond. I think if you read up about it, they say that like 7 milliseconds is like kind of the optimal for like getting more of like a hard pan sort of thing. But you can make it sound like it's coming from the right by delaying the left channel. But if you look at my meters here, it's the same exact level for both. So it's not panned. It's just delayed. So that's Haas. So that's the kind of panning that takes place in your brain. So that's not like physical panning. That's not like one speaker is louder than the other. That's like purely your brain that's telling you that the sound is coming from one direction or the other. And if you combine these, right, then you can really, really like mess with your spatial perception, and you can make things sound like they're coming from all over the place. And that's like kind of what like the Dolby Atmos stuff does. And what's that Hughes box that everyone's trying to emulate? It does like a combination of all these things to like, you know, mess with the space in all these different ways, right? So I can delay the right channel and pan it to the left. And now I'm getting like crazy panning. Or I can pan it to the right and then delay the right channel. And I can almost like move it like from front to back by doing this. Yeah, so you can do all sorts of weird stuff by using these techniques. If you want to get even further, you can filter one side of the signal, because your head does filtering, right? This is how you get really good like sound on headphones and stuff. If you filter one side to kind of match the filtering that your skull normally does, right? Then you can get it to sound even more natural on headphones. So I'm going to delay the right channel, I'm going to filter the right channel, and I'm going to pan it to the left. And I'm listening on monitors, so I don't really know how this sounds on headphones, but you know, there's all sorts of things that you can do to like trick the brain and all that. But anyway, there's a short little stereo lesson for you. I'm going to go back to cymbals. Because that's what I'm here for. I just wish people stopped hard panning double tracks. Wait, what do you mean hard panning double tracks? The thing with Haas is typically you only really want to use Haas when you're doing like stuff designed for headphones, in my experience. Because if you do Haas in a mix, if you bounce Haas down to mono, then you get a comb effect because it's a very short delay, right? So it's like you're putting a comb filter on it. So if you're gonna do Haas, you kind of want to like make sure it sounds good in mono if you're using it for like music or whatever. But if it's something that's intended for headphones, Haas is great. Haas is awesome. Like 100% L, 100% R double track guitars act not 50% L, 50% R. Why do you hate that? I'm actually really curious. You just don't like the fact that they do it by default. Oh yeah, there's the Killheart stereo comb filter trick. Oh man, okay. All right, fine, I'll show that one too. Okay, here's another one. This is the best one. This is the best one. This is Haas. Yep, yep, that's right. It is mono compatible. I actually commented on Dan Worrell's video. Dan Worrell showed this trick off. And I talked about how good it was, and I talked about how it's mono compatible and whatever. Okay, yeah. So there's another trick for, it's basically like Haas, but like supercharged Haas, and it's mono compatible, so it doesn't cause any comb filtering if you bounce it down to mono. But it's just a way of making things really stereo. So hard panning things 100% left right by default causes mono compatibility. I can see that. It can cause mono compatibility issues, I guess, if you don't stage it in mono first. Yeah, I can see how it can make it sound a lot different in mono. But I guess in that case, you just want to make sure that like you kind of stage your mix in mono, you kind of test it in mono and see if it sounds good. I'm not, I don't like to give a lot of mixing advice because I feel like mixing advice, it always changes depending on what you're trying to do, right? There's too many people on YouTube that give general mixing advice, and it doesn't always work because it really is dependent on what are you trying to do and what are you starting out with, right? Which is why I tend to avoid like talking about mixing too much. Showing techniques is one thing, but actually giving tips is another. Anyway, yeah. So I'll show the stereo comb trick. Hopefully Matt's still watching. Matt, you'll probably get something out of this. So you can do this with the Kilohertz comb filter, which is awesome. They have this stereo switch here, which is freaking amazing. So essentially, what you do is you get a very, very short delay. And you're basically doing Haas, but you're taking the delay and you're putting it a positive polarity in one speaker and a negative polarity in the other speaker. So that you're doing like a negative Haas in one speaker and a positive Haas in the other speaker. And it basically just stereoizes something. But because the Haas, like the delayed signal, is 100% phase flipped, it'll cancel out when you convert to mono. So it's like completely mono compatible. So this is what it sounds like. Oh dear, that's not what it sounds like. There we go. Okay. So here's a saw. It's completely mono. So here it is with a comb filter. Okay. Right, it's like a static flange. And if I put the stereo knob on, now it sounds like this. So now it sounds really wide. What is this? I'll get rid of that. Now it sounds really wide. But I can show you what's going on. So you see it's kind of like, okay, I have to explain what you're looking at. This is a spectral analyzer, so this is a graph of all the frequencies. The white is left and the red is right, okay? So the white curve is what's happening in the left speaker, and the red curve is what's happening in the right speaker. I kind of colored it like, AV cables or whatever, right? Okay, so you can see there's like white peaks and there's red peaks, and it kind of alternates. You see that? So this is another panning trick that is really, really cool. Like if you just need to take a mono source and just make it stereo and make it wide, or just put some sauce on it just to make it cool. Set it to 200 hertz, change the minus, and then apply the stereo. All right, why not? There you go. Yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, if you just have a mono source and you just need to freaking put like some sort of stereo sauce on it, this is like the go-to. This is what you do. This is, in my opinion, like the best way to stereoize a mono sound. Because if you take this and you sum it to mono, it just changes back to the original signal. Because the stereo effect that you're adding is purely side signal. And when you convert to mono, you're just getting rid of the side signal. So, like if I disable this, the sound isn't changing at all. Yeah. So, yeah, this is the best trick. And then there's things that there's even more stuff that you can do to this. You can break in and you can use all pass filters and meddle with the sound more. I don't know. Dan Worrell has a really good video on it. I can probably look it up here. Let's see. Dan Worrell. Stereo. Oh man, which one of these is it? It's one of these. Is it the LCR one? Probably not. Oh, it's this one. It's the headphones are not stereo. It's this guy. Bam. Did that work? There we go. Bam. There it is. There's some homework for you. Watch all of Dan Worrell's videos. Dan Worrell's content is so good. It's very, very good. Very, very good. I learn a lot from his videos, and I've been doing this stuff for a long time. And you know, I'm the kind of person I've watched enough YouTube videos on audio to where like I just don't even watch them anymore because they're bad for my mental health, right? But like I will watch Dan Worrell's content all the time because he's really like a no nonsense guy, very objective, very correct about things. He proves everything that he talks about, yeah, just great information. So anyway, yeah. Hopefully you learned a lot about stereo if you didn't already, but I might have spent a little bit of time on that, so we can get back to this stuff now. Okay. Where was I? We had this weird cowbell thing that we were working on, but I don't know what it turned into. Oh, that's right. I was demonstrating like how you can get really ringy stuff. Okay, well, let's not do that. Let's keep making cymbals. That's the name of the live after all. That is very, very, very quiet. Why is that so quiet? Oh, because of this. There we go. Scary cymbal. Can you list some of the sound-related channels that you watch? Yeah. Let's see. Let's just look at, let's see who I'm subscribed to. Subscriptions. Man, I'm really just like showing everything to you guys now. Oof. Dan Worrell, huge guy. Dan Worrell. You will learn very much from him. Air Windows. Air Windows just makes plugins, but he makes very interesting plugins. He has like a whole different approach to like sound and plugins and DSP and stuff. You might like pick up little things from watching his videos, but a lot of the stuff that he talks about just goes over my head. So like, cause he's just like he's in a different universe when it comes to this stuff. Shoot, I don't know. I'm not even seeing a lot of audio. See, I'm not subscribed to a lot of audio stuff. That's the thing. You know what I watch a lot of? This is what I really watch. 3 Blue, 1 Brown. I watch that channel. Like, I learn about just math and physics, you know? And then a lot of my understanding of math and physics and trigonometry and stuff, I just apply it to this, you know? And then whenever there's something in this that I encounter that doesn't make sense, then I go research it. I go try to figure it out. And I read Wikipedia pages. And I don't know, like, I guess you can say like maybe Wikipedia isn't the best source, but you know, I read a lot of Wikipedia. I'll watch some YouTube videos on it. I'll test things. I'll just like do experiments. I get curious and I just like say like, oh, what happens if I do this or that? You know, I don't know. I just experiment. Sometimes I surprise myself and I discover something that's just really crazy and I don't understand, and then I just try to look it up, and you know, it's just a rabbit hole of curiosity. That's really what it is. Yes. The 3 Blue, 1 Brown Laplace video. Yes. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I love 3 Blue, 1 Brown for, is like, he will do so many videos on, I'll just show you. He'll do so many videos on stuff that is very audio related. Oh, I just saw it. Yeah, this guy. This video. Yeah, watch that. What is a Laplace transform? This is how DSP works. This is how filters work. He did another one on discrete Fourier transforms, I think. And he was drawing like vectors, just using circles. And I'm like, dude, that's how spectral synthesis works. But he's just doing it with images, right? Here's one on convolution. This is a video on convolution, and he talks about like how like image filters work. But this is exactly how convolution reverbs and like EQs work too. They work the same way. This is the same thing, but just with audio instead of an image. So just watch that, you know? This is the sort of stuff I watch. This is how I learn what I learn. Yeah. This guy's videos are like some of the highest quality math content you can ever find for free. Seriously. This stuff is like really good. Very well done. And it's all visual, so it's like beautiful to watch. It just makes so much sense when you can just look at it and see it all. Like, this is the kind of stuff that I wish that I could make, but with audio. You know what I mean? But I kind of don't need to, because this guy is already kind of doing it. So, yeah. Man, I need to find... Where's that video where he was drawing pictures with circles? This. What is a Fourier series? This. Watch this video.
Well,
if you watch this video, you will understand how like spectral synthesis works and like how FFT works. Look at this. He's drawing this treble clef just using a bunch of circles. And the circles just start at different points, which is phase. That's phase. You know? He draws... Yeah, he just draws stuff using circles. The circles are all like kind of connected together. This is exactly how like spectral synthesis works. So yeah, watch that. I hate maths, but I like 3 blue, 1 brown. Yeah. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff I watch. I don't watch mixing tutorials anymore. I used to watch all that stuff. I used to eat it up, but bro, like after watching so many like audio videos for so long, it really messed with me because, you know, I would hear the same things over and over, and I would try to apply a lot of the things that I would learn to make stuff, and I could never get things to sound right, you know? And it almost became like this thing where like, I'm like, every time I sit down to mix, like I have this voice in the back of my head just nagging at me like, oh, make sure that you're doing this or doing that. Oh, make sure you're implementing this pro tip that you learned from these 10 videos or whatever. And it just made the process like so stressful, and like it didn't help me at all. None of it really helped me. It's like when it comes to like actually practically making music, you just have to experiment with the tools that you have. Figure out like, you know, how turning certain knobs change the sound, and then you just decide whether or not it makes it sound better or it makes it sound worse, or, you know, you just get experience with your tools, and then you just use them the way that makes it sound good, and that's really it. That's one of the reasons why I don't like doing, that's like one of the reasons why I don't want to make mixing videos and stuff, is because the way that you have to use your tools, it always depends on what you're going for and what you're starting out with every time. So, you can't just do like a one size fits all like EQ tutorial. It doesn't work. You can't do a one size fits all compression tutorial. It doesn't work. You know? Yeah. I think if you want to learn how to mix, you should probably learn from somebody who makes music similar to the music that you want to make, and learn from them and just do what they do. That's what I think that you should do. But I don't think you should take advice from anyone unless you actually like the kind of stuff that they make. You shouldn't like pay attention to whether or not they have like a bunch of hit records or whatever. Yeah, one size fits all is tweak it until it sounds good, I guess, yeah. Bro, thanks for sticking around for that long. Graystar Music, thank you very much. You know, I've been producing for about as long as you too. I started in high school, and I don't know, like I started using Logic, I think back in 2013, 2012. Maybe like 2012 or something. I think it was like 7th grade, something like that. But yeah, like I'm kind of like you know. I thought like in 2016, 2017, like we've kind of like seen it all with sound design. But I was talking to AU5 about this the other day. I really do think that physical modeling and doing stuff like this is kind of like the next thing, you know? Because we've gotten as alien as possible with like all the weird synth dubstep technology stuff that, you know, like the dubstep arms race that's been happening from like the 2010s all the way up. We've seen like the most alien crazy sounds ever, and it's like there's no way to go other than like kind of taking a step back a little bit, or just like trying to, you know, go towards realism, but maybe like using the realism in a way where you can get sounds that aren't physically possible, you know? Like physically derivative, if that makes sense. I used Logic till it went to Mac. Dang, you've been in this game for a long time. Much longer than me. Pro sounding advice, and then their example at the end is hats. Yeah. I don't think any of my music sounds good, so I would not recommend you take any mixing advice from me. I'm just gonna say that. That's why I never upload any of my music. I don't think any of it sounds good. I'm kind of bad at mixing. Been doing this for years, but never got good at mixing. Sorry. Unless you like the sound of Septuagint, which is the album I did for Septicota, my brother's band. I don't know. But that album took a lot of work. That was a lot of collaboration, and you know, there's 100 bajillion tweaks that we had to do to that too. So anyway, let's get back to this. Okay. Let's keep making crash cymbals. Let's keep this going. Okay. Oh, don't want to pan that. You are your own worst critic. It's absolutely true. You're absolutely right about that. JB. Yep. That's why it helps to get a second opinion, especially it really, really helps if you can get the opinion of someone who is not a producer or a musician. That is how you know if your stuff is good. %90 of people know nothing about music. So this is still really ringy sounding. Is there something running in serial here? No, there isn't. I wonder why. I have some dampening here. I could probably take that off. Although that high dampening is actually a little nice. I actually might keep that. I kind of like the ultra high dampening. I'll keep the dampening. I kind of like it. I might put it after the phase distortion. Or maybe that's a bad idea, actually. I don't know. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I'll keep it before, actually. We'll put it right there. That's fine. Oh, the tone on this is really high, so it's making it sound really thin. That's probably the issue. Okay, we'll go with something like that. Maybe a thinner crash. All right, there we go. Now we're cooking. Gotta keep reading. Let's keep this on record enabled. Kind of like the sound of that. Yeah, yeah, adjusting the tone here, yeah, you're basically like changing how bright the cymbal wants to get. So like by turning this down, you're not gonna have like the material wiggling as much. It's gonna be like more like, you know, like broader vibrations. Like you're making it more rigid, kind of. It can't be as watery and fluid. So it's almost like a thickness knob. Like turning this down makes it thicker in a way. So if you turn it all the way up, it's literally like tinfoil. It's just really... And I remember there was a clip that I used in the video. There's a guy who was like testing out like really, really oddball cymbals, and he had this extremely thin ride. Like this ride was so large and thin that he could just like wiggle it around. I had a clip of it in my video, but when he would hit it, it sounded like this. It sounded like you would just turn the tone knob on this all the way up. That's what it sounded like. And I'm like, dude, like I'm kind of on the right track with this. And I only watched that video after, like while I was working on my video and I finished the design and everything, I watched that video and I'm like, dude, now the reality is starting to match the model, which is cool. But anyway, that's kind of a nice like confirmation I got, I guess. This is a pretty nice sound. It's just a little bit thin. So let's see if I can do something about that. This probably has something to do with it. I am still using a really thin stick sound here for this. So it doesn't sound bad, but it's a bit loud. And it's a bit mid-rangey. There's some like mid-range tones in there that I'm not too fond of. What main params would you map the controllers for this technique? The main params. I don't know, like there would kind of be a lot, you know? Like the volume is like the decay rate. This is like kind of the overall size / bloom speed of the cymbal. You know, like the delay. The all passes here kind of affect like, I guess sort of like the, I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain. Turning them down makes them sound more like that, I guess. Just makes it less blurry. If you turn it really high up, it sounds like it's being played from far away. I don't really know what you would call that. Just blur or something? And then this is the washiness. This affects the washiness. So I guess by putting more smoothing and like turning the depth down and the speed down, you're making it like less washy. So there's that. This is the thickness. This is the velocity. And yeah, that would be like the main parameters for like the properties of the cymbal. But then when it comes to the actual sound, yeah, I don't know. I guess mode 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then like sparkle 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then these are like the amounts that you're bending them. I don't know. Like you kind of have to touch a little bit of everything. Everything's a bit important with this, I think. It's actually not crazy how fast I've gotten with this intact, bro. I'm telling you, dude. I've been doing this for months. Like I was telling people earlier, but if you watch the video and you look at the top right of the video, you can see for how long I've been working on this crap. Like this example is from July 11th. I've been working on this for a while, bro. Like actually, not even as soon as I got done with the kicks video. I was theory crafting about cymbals like a little bit before I got finished with the kicks video. You know, I've been doing this for a while. So That's the reason why it took me so long to like get this one done, is because after I made the design, I had to like get good at even making stuff with it, because it takes a lot of practice to get good sounds out of this. It's not easy to just it's not easy just to set it up and have something good come out. That's why I say in the video, I reiterate, like, it's gonna take practice, so be patient, you know? But so it might seem like I got this done, like, you know, I got the hang of this fast, but no, I did not. It took me a long time. I'm kind of at a pretty good point now, though, to where I can hear a sound, and I can generally tell what the problem is with it, if it sounds weird or if it doesn't sound quite natural. I'm kind of at a point now where I can sort of like diagnose the sounds, because I've just been messing with this for so long. There's not enough like dispersion happening with this. It just sounds like kind of like, I don't know, like buzzy. So I kind of probably need to do more of this. Now it's a little bit less buzzy. This is kind of a trashy sounding cymbal, isn't it? Experimenting a little bit with this. Oh, this is the actual comb. I don't want to mess with that, actually. I kind of like that where it was. I was messing with the wrong one. Sometimes that happens. There's so many plugins going on. And sometimes you just mess with the wrong things. It's okay. I'll get something I like again. Ooh. I'm liking that. Yeah, there's so much that you can do with this. I was making like cowbell sounds earlier. Yeah, I might trim this down later and then make a little highlight reel or something, upload it later. Because I don't know, I'm explaining a lot of useful information in this video or in this stream or whatever. I kind of like this one. This is kind of a dark kind of crash now. Yeah. All right, hold on. Okay, so it's almost there. It's almost there. Hold on. Some slightly annoying buzziness to it. Might be this. Okay, but you know what? Since I'm making a sample pack, right? And I have the paid version of Mcomb, I think I'm going to utilize the technique that I was showing off earlier. You know, I might as well, right? I might as well take advantage of the tools that I paid for, you know? So let's do that. You know what? Let's have some fun. Let's randomize these a little bit and make them wiggle. We're gonna set this to up and down. Set the depth to like, I don't know, 1% or something. I'm gonna do this for all of them. And we're gonna set the speed pretty high. And we're gonna set this parameter, each target different. You can only do this with the paid version of mcomb. You can only use these modulators using the paid version. It's the, what did someone call it before? Like free paid freeware or something like that? I don't know. Could you wiggle them from the outside in Bitwig? Probably. You probably could. I've noticed that when you try to automate parameters, like Melda parameters in Logic, they kind of work weird. I don't know why. Sorry, let me get some water. Freemium, that was it. Thank you. Man, I'm talking a lot. I gotta drink water. Yeah, if you I noticed that if you try to like automate params in Logic specifically, it just gets strange. So I can show you what I mean. So like here's the dry wet. Okay, well actually that one's normal. Did they fix this? They might have fixed this actually. Hold on. Because I think they did this new feature. Settings. High resolution automation for Logic. That's not enabled though. So I don't know. Maybe they fixed it. I don't know. Yeah, you can probably do it in Bitwig. I don't know. I don't see why not. Bitwig is capable of many, many things. Hell, you can probably just do this in Bitwig without using any plugins, just using what's in Bitwig. Someone actually made a video response to my video, where they made this in Bitwig. How do I see video responses? Oh, I don't know how to see video responses. I have a little bit of delay in the chat, so maybe someone can help me out there. I'll get to it. But yeah, someone made a video response. They made this model in Bitwig, and they got it working kind of well, but to me, like the dispersion was polarity. That might have been his name. The dispersion wasn't quite right, so it didn't sound quite natural. It was still like a little bit ringy. But he had like the right idea. But the only one that I've seen so far who like actually nailed the design is AU5 in his reel. Because he made a prototype Ableton rack of this, and he nailed the design. He like nailed it. He got it. He got the sound. How long has the chat been going? I don't know. I mean, we've been streaming since 3:30. I'm used to just sitting on my computer for hours and experimenting for 10 hours straight, so this isn't really much of a big deal to me. I just have to make sure I get days where I'm real active, and I have to do my workouts every morning and every night. Anyway. Having these wiggle is actually kind of cool. Let me see. It might be this. I'm not sure if you guys can hear my haptics, by the way. It'd be kind of fun if you could. You probably can. Oh, that's unfortunate. What if I just click it? Will it work? Oh, there it is. I think this is it.
This video from
Yeah, it is this, yeah. Yeah, I commented on it. That's right. He replied to it. I already had more all-pass delays in the feedback line, but wasn't sure I didn't want to make it too complex. Looks like that's the way to go. The dispersion feedback is definitely the most important part of this. He's absolutely right. That is like very, very important. He's 100% right on that. Hope you join Bitwig's sound design community. Is he talking to me or Polarity? Dude, if I got into Bitwig, bro, I don't know. I would never leave my room. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. This guy responded to my video fast. It took him like a day to do this. I think, right? I don't read this language, but it says vor one tag or something. So that's probably one day, right? So yeah, this guy jumped on it fast and he made a video on it fast. That's pretty impressive. Anyway. I like this cymbal. I think this sounds pretty good. There's like some low stuff that I can probably clean up in it. Let's see. There's like a that I don't really like. But still, there's a little bit of some attack there that's a little bit prominent. Let's see. It's probably this. That's a good cymbal. I really like that. All right, I'm bouncing that one. What are we calling this one, guys? I've been naming these. So what are we naming this cymbal? Let's see. Drum samples, Zion James packs. This. There we go. This is kind of like this is like almost like a trash cymbal or something. It does hurt the ears after a while, doesn't it? I'm listening to this at a pretty low volume. If the volume is too loud, Hank, I kind of like Hank actually. It is deep too. Ooh. How about we call it dank? Zion, what up? Let's call it. I'll just call it deep. I like deep. Yeah. If this is a bit loud, then I can turn down the volume for you guys. I can just I can turn down Logic a little bit when this mixer. Let me know. But yeah, like after designing these for a while, your ears kind of do get fatigued because it's like kind of noisy, you know, and there's a lot of high frequency content. So that is like one downfall to doing these. But luckily I've been kind of taking a lot of breaks, just you know, just kind of getting sidetracked with you guys, which is cool. All right, anyway, let's move on. Let's change this up. Let's remix this cymbal a little bit. That doesn't do anything right now. Okay, let's get this guy. All right, so let's move these up and see what happens. Very washy. Very trashy. Oh, they're not wiggling anymore. There we go. I might go back to using my normal like sawtooth that I normally use instead of this stick sound thing. So let me do that really quick. Let me just load up a sawtooth. Something that AU5 was doing is he was using brown noise too, which is basically the same as using a sawtooth, right? Because a sawtooth is just, it's like a blip of brown noise, but with everything in phase, if you think about it. Sawtooth is brown color, so if that doesn't make any sense to you, don't worry about it. I'm actually going to keep all this phase aligned though. And then I'm going to turn this down, or turn the pitch down, I mean. Not sure if you're reading the chat, but did you try Element? Some guy in your comments was talking about it. Element. I'm not sure what Element is. Have some kicks and snares at hand to give your cymbal some content. I can do that. Let's look up Element really quick. Or Elements, what is it? Is it like a plugin? Oh, is this what it is? Is this what we're talking about? Brown noise minus inharmonic overtones, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, like pitched brown noise, yeah. Pitched brown noise that is completely phase aligned or whatever. Yeah. That's right. Patcher style plugin, yeah. Okay, that's what this looks like. Modular audio plugin host. Okay, so is this kind of like plug data? It's kind of like plug data, right? AU5 and his friend were telling me to start using plug data and build a plugin using it. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll learn that. Sort of like Reactor. Okay. Okay, yeah, so that's kind of what plug data is too. So yeah, I guess they're kind of similar. The nice thing about plug data though is they told me that it's open source, which is really cool. But there's already some people that know plug data that have reached out to me on IG and stuff that said that they're working on it. So I might not even need to, use plug data to make one, but there's people already kind of working on one. They might just have a prototype going, and then if they need like help adjusting it a little bit, I can just be like, oh yeah, just try doing this or that, or I can give them some pointers or whatever. I don't know, I guess I could make my own and have a Zion James branded one or whatever, but I don't know, it could be cool. Maybe I'll do that. It might take some work and some time to like learn all this stuff because I've never like used any of this, but I mean, I could probably learn it. I have a little bit of a programmer brain. I understand signal processing enough to get the feel for it. I just need to learn all the syntax. That's where I get lost with programming, is syntax. I just don't know like what to type in. I know what I want to do, and I know how to do it with math, but I just don't know what to type in to do what I want to do, essentially. That's my problem. Oh yeah, have you guys heard of Piano Tech? Have you guys heard of this? There are some people in my comments section talking about this. And AU5 also talked to me about this too, but this is a piano modeling thing that I don't know, this company made a piano modeler, and this thing is freaking incredible. Anyway, you guys should check this out. Some people wanted me to model like pianos and stuff. Some people wanted me to try modeling pianos, like, but I don't know if there's really a need with this out there. I can still give it a shot, but yeah. Partnered up with Ewan Bristow to make a plug data cymbal synth. Yeah. I don't know Ewan Bristow, but your method is a burst of sound, split in diffuser, and a lot of particles. Think of it like photons, then whatever after is surface shading. Yeah, I guess you can kind of think of it like that. I mean, yeah, I don't know. When I think of like proton or like photons and things like that, I think more of like white noise, but like, and it is a little different than white noise, right? Like you could just put white noise into this and get a cymbal like sound, but getting the dispersion right really does like help make it feel natural. Like this phase distortion and I don't really know about these. I mean, I guess this is kind of just making it more noisy, but same with this. It's mostly just the phase distortion, honestly. It's this which makes it sound real natural, you know? So, I don't know. In fact, you could probably just put white noise into this with some decay or something, and you might be able to get a good sound. I can even try that right now. Why not? Let's go for it. Now let's get some pink noise. Let's turn this off. No? Thank you. Okay, so if I put some decay on this, and perhaps filter it too. Let's try filtering it. Put a little bit of an envelope on it, on the filter. Some attack. Okay, and if I put phase distortion on this, what happens? Doesn't sound much different. What if I put some resonance in here and like really filter it? Is it too quiet? Oh, it's probably just too quiet. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it doesn't have the same effect, does it? It's like kind of, if you used a maybe a bandpass filter, it'd be better. But it doesn't sound much different. It gets rid of some low end, but it doesn't sound that much different. But even if you took this is like the FL method, right? Roblox sword swinging around. Your method is burst. Okay, I read that. All right. If you take this and you put it into the dispersion, let's feed it in. Dispersion. Let's turn this down. Or sorry, not the dispersion. I want to put this into the combs. Because it's so this would be like the FL method, right? Oh, I need to do this. That's right. I need to send it, not output it. And we need to send it pre-fader. Okay, there we go. Now we're cooking. It's also not stereo, so I'm gonna just hack in some stereo. Maybe a little bit of reverb, I don't know. A bit hacky, but oh gosh, I'm sorry guys. I gotta be careful. I don't know. I guess it's like sort of passable, but yeah, if you use white noise or pink noise, it just doesn't quite. It just doesn't quite sound right. You can try something like velvet noise. Velvet noise might work a little bit better. But you can make hats with this pretty well. But crashes are just really hard to get sounding natural using this. Let's get a stick sound actually going. Wow. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Oh, bro, Paul, it's 3:30. Oh gosh, dude. Yeah, go to bed, bro. Go to bed. Of course, bro. Have a good night, man. Or a good morning, I guess. Yeah, so if you just use white noise, I guess, this would be the FL version of this sound. So this is just skipping the whole diffusion phase, or the dispersion phase. And just using white noise. Yeah, white noise and a bandpass filter and a sawtooth wave. And I guess you can sort of get like a sound with this, but it's just not as natural as like using the actual feedback thing. It just sounds a little bit more fake. And I don't think putting phase distortion on it really helps it a lot either. It really helps like the transient of this saw. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, FL Studio. That's right. That's what I meant. Phase distortion sounds like it works really well on tonal stuff. Yeah. Okay, so this is interesting, right? So, something like since I started learning about phase distortion, it took me back to the whole idea of synthesizing snares, right? Because I don't know if you guys noticed, but let me see if I can find it in here. In the video, it's like when I first talk about phase distortion. Oh gosh, hold on. I'm sorry. Right here. Okay, yeah, right here. So phase distortion, FM in general, and I guess phase distortion because it's like the same thing as FM and PM. It creates harmonics that follow Bessel functions, right? And Bessel functions are the math that governs how vibrations happen in circular membranes, like a drum head. So that got me thinking, like, dude, why haven't been I using this for snare synthesis this whole time? Right? And so now I'm thinking, like, dude, if I got, because one of the main criticisms of the snare tutorial, right, was that it sounds like you're tapping on a snare with your fingers, but it doesn't really sound like you're smacking it, which is admittedly a little bit of an issue. But if I did that same Car Plus Strong thing, but I just put phase distortion in it, that would probably solve that issue, you know? Yeah, easy next vid. Yeah, you're right. So I don't know, like, yeah, maybe that's for another video or another stream, but you know, I did mention at the end of this video, I don't know how many of you guys made it to the very end of this, but I mentioned an update on realistic snares, and it's because of phase distortion. It's because I've realized, like, I should have been using phase distortion on the snares thing all along, but you know, the snares video at this point is like 2 years outdated. So yeah. Anyway. So gosh. All right, anyway. That was an experiment. Yeah, snare video update number 2. That's right. You know what? I'm sorry. I just realized I've had this black bar in the top right corner of my stream this whole time, and I haven't used it one time. You guys know what that is? That is my third monitor, and it's for my span. I should have had this up the entire time. That's better. I just forgot about it. I'm sorry, guys. That's kind of embarrassing. Something to look at, I guess. Yeah, they're key, you know? The bezel functions and all that. Oh, you thought it was a face cam? Yeah, you know, it's funny. I do have a scene for oh, I think I turned it off actually, my overlay. So this overlay has a chat section and it has a cam section. But I'm not using my face cam right now, so I just turned it off. So yeah, anyway. Yeah, so my span is tilted. So I can show you guys my span settings. So by default I have my span, like this is the fast version of my span. So this is more for like peak, you know, analysis type stuff, but I have it set to 3. So I have it set to like a pink curve. So pink appears as flat on here. And I kind of find that helpful because I don't know, it just helps me in general, just like pink noise is like more balanced than white noise, you know? So it just kind of helps me like more naturally balance like the low mids with like the trebly stuff. I don't know, it's just nicer for me to look at a pink curve than it is like a white one. This is a white one. So this is like how it actually is. And then a brown one is typically like way too yeah, anyway. So yeah, I keep it at a 3 slope, pink slope. It's kind of funny too because as a reminder, like the red from the right speaker and the white from the left speaker kind of combine to make a pink color. So it reminds me that this is a pink noise curve. But I also have a similar setting for white noise too. So this is my white one. And then just for like mixing in general or mastering or whatever, I pretty much just use Dan Worrell's settings. Dan Worrell made a video of the settings that he uses for his span, and I just kind of copied his for the most part. But yeah, anyway, this is my default span that I like to use. Default span settings. Cymbal's kind of quiet, isn't it? I think the cymbal's a little bit quiet. Is it because Serum is quiet? Probably. Okay, let's see. Serum isn't quiet. My dispersion bus isn't quiet. It's just this that's kind of quiet. Oh, it's because I'm not boosting the crap out of the top end like I normally do. Probably. See, that one's loud. Goodness. This one is kind of quiet for some reason. Did I have this muted the whole time? Was this on 0% wet the whole time? I might have just done the thing where, like, my plugin was bypassed the whole time and I didn't even realize it. That's so stupid. I'm not immune to that. I don't put myself above that. Let's wiggle these a little bit less. These are a little too wiggly for my taste. I like that. Sounds really good. Yeah, caught in 4K, that's right. Is my stream actually 4K? I don't know. I was supposed to make, how many cymbals was I supposed to make? I was supposed to make 100 crashes. That's not happening tonight. I didn't think I would finish it tonight anyway. This is starting to sound a little weird. It's starting to sound a little bit unnatural now. It's starting to stray a little bit from the... it's starting to stray a little bit from what I had going originally, I think. Oh, this is pretty high. Let's fix that. Okay, let's look at this. Okay. Something like that. Okay, all that looks pretty good. Let's actually listen to it and see if it sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. So it's just that this sounds bad. Why does this sound bad? It's because of these. Yeah, so these plugins on it are making it sound a little bit bad. Okay, I like that. That sounds dark. Okay, I'm liking that. I'm gonna take off the modulator here and just kind of keep it normal. I'm liking that. Okay, that's good. Yeah, okay, now we're getting somewhere. That's sounding good. There's a little bit of, the swelling this model allows for is so good. Yeah, that's like the best thing about this model. Let's... Let's give this a little bit more decay, just a little, and see if that helps it. Hello? Is this working? Oh, I muted all this. Okay, there we go. There's some like low stuff. You guys see this low stuff down here? Is that coming from the stick sound? Kind of. Something else I was kind of experimenting with too is actually putting another comb filter on the stick sound. And I don't know. It might be a little dangerous, but we can try it. I'm doing the wrong one. Yeah, excuse me. Okay, let's try putting a comb filter on the stick sound. This might help give it like a gong-like attack. Okay, so let's try that and see if that even really does anything. Actually doesn't really change the sound all that much. It probably would if I jacked up the feedback. But it doesn't actually do much. Okay. The EQ does a lot though. Let's try EQing this a bit. Looks maybe rolling off the lows or something. Because there's this like low like tone happening here. It's actually kind of annoying. This thing. So I could just EQ that out, but I want to see if I can just get rid of it organically. Where's it coming from? It's kind of coming from everything, isn't it? Huh, that's odd. It's coming from this. Oh, I see what's happening. There's some like extremely low DC stuff that's happening, and then when I shift this up, it's like kind of turning that up, and it's shifting it up. So I'm kind of creating like a weird like fundamental with this. That's kind of what's happening. So I guess if I wanted to, I could just put, you know, I should be doing this anyway, but I could just put a high pass filter on this. And that should take care of the issue. Yep, it did. Cool, okay. That's a steep one, but I don't know, cry about it. No one's gonna listen to a cymbal in a mix and be like, oh my gosh, when they synthesized that cymbal, the high pass filter was messing with the phase too much. That's the sort of thing that your brain tells you when it's being too perfectionist about things. So there's a little bit of like this buzzy quality in the top end too, and I'm not sure if that's coming from the dispersion. I don't think so. I kind of don't think it is. I think it could be coming from this fourth resonator here. Sometimes it helps just to filter these a little bit using the filters in M-Comb. And it can help just kind of tame the cymbal a bit. But another thing you can try too, I was doing this before, but I kind of disabled it, but you can put a little bit of dampening on the top end in the dispersion. Kind of helps take care of some of that. I'm not sure if I'm liking the cymbal though. Is this too high? I don't know, it feels like there's a lot of top end on this. That's not it. That's not doing anything. We just need to turn this down. I don't know, I might be getting tired. I might be getting a little tired. I haven't even really been making cymbals for that long, but I've just been like streaming for a while. The code is more what we call guidelines than actual rules. Welcome to the Black Pearl. I don't know the exact line, something like that. Yeah, this is sounding a little... I'm not so sure about this one. I might have to reload the project and then get my China back. Either that or like switch to making a different kind of cymbal. I might start making hats or something. Although it is almost 8 o'clock in my area, so... Let me see. I might wrap it up here pretty soon. I've had a pretty good stream, I think. It's been like 4.5 hours, right? That's a decent stream. That's a lot of video to go through for later. Oh, okay, hold on. One sec. I might have something for you guys. Okay. I'm gonna try to like make a cool China cymbal, and then after that, I'll probably like call it. I'll probably like shout some things out, post some links or whatever, and then I'll call it. So, but I want to at least try to make one like cool China cymbal before I, clock out. Let's try this. Oh, I loaded the wrong thing. Hold on. I gotta go to this guy. Okay. So I'm gonna delete everything in here except for this China cymbal. Okay. So this is the China cymbal that I had in the demo. And I think it sounds dope. I bounced it out already, but let's see if we can get something a little different. And then after I finish this one, then yeah, we'll probably be done. We'll probably wrap it up. Okay. So let's start with... This is the main one right here. Man, that sounds so gnarly. I love the sound of that. Let's go for something a little bit larger. Look at all the resonance on this. Okay, I'm starting to like this. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. Now we're getting somewhere. Well, let me get my span back up. For you guys. I should not forget about my span. Here we go. Okay, so now let's mess with the bell tones. filter these a little bit. And mess with the frequency shifter, just a tad. Let's get something kind of low. I want to see if I can just get like a larger sounding cymbals. I just like heavy, large sounding cymbals in general. Let's get rid of some ugly stuff if we care to. At this point, when you're using EQ like this, you're not even modeling anymore. You're just like sound designing. But I mean, I don't really have any problem with that, honestly, because this is all fake anyway. But we're just using a method that kind of emulates reality a little bit better than white noise, you know? So I don't really mind. As long as it sounds good, it is good. We'll go with that. Okay, that's sounding a little bit more like it. Turn down just a little bit more. And we'll just add some final bell tones to this. I need to get rid of this. I don't want that. Oh dear, hold on. I need to output this to the stereo out. Make sure I'm not killing y'all. All right, we're chilling. All right, let's get these last bell tones. Tinnitus. Oh, that's a interesting number. I like the idea of being able to model a 60-inch cymbal. Yeah, me too. I guess you kind of can if you set the delay and stuff like big enough. Make all the overtones really low. This sounds a little bad. Let's kind of lift this a little bit. Sounds nasty. I don't like that. Eat it. We'll reduce this a bit and then hit that. There we go. All right. There we go. I'm digging it. I think EQ wise, we can probably get rid of a little bit of 8K or maybe 6K. There's something up there. It's a little ugly. All right, that's a cymbal. I'll bounce that out. And then I think we'll call it from there. I'm pretty happy with that. Cool. I'll probably make more cymbals, and I'm going to try to get like a big old sample pack finished. I'll just be working on cymbals and making them in my spare time. It can be kind of fun. And then if I get a pretty big sample pack finished, then I'll release it on my Patreon. Someone else mentioned to release the project file for all the cymbals that I made for the final demo on my Patreon, and I think I'm going to do that. If you guys use Logic, you can get a lot of use out of that. Yeah, you can study it, you can do whatever you want with it. It'll be dope. But yeah, let's bounce out this final one. I'm starting to get a little bit tired. Let's see. Right, we'll call it China. We'll call this one Hank. Why not? Cool. There we go. All right, my friends. It's about that time. But before we're done, I think I want to like shout out a couple things and post up some links here. So first of all, I have a Patreon going. I mentioned this in the cymbals video at the very end. You know, you can join my Patreon or whatever. It's like $5. It's pretty dope. If you join my Patreon, then you get like all my sample packs and everything I post on here for free. If you want to support me, you don't want to like subscribe to anything or whatever, you can also just like buy this 6,341 drum sample pack that I made by ripping Instagram samples. It's really dope. I also have a coffee. I should actually just like, you know, I can just click on my links here. That's probably easier. This is my coffee. All the links are in the symbol description, the symbol video description. But yeah, here's my coffee. You can also just go there if you want. I don't know, I just set them up, and just in case you want to support me. Let's see, what else? That's right, Septuagint. My brothers, they are in a band called Septicoda. Their song is the song that I used at the end of my video. This is their band. They just released a music video 2 days ago. So go watch that. This is the video that I had at the very end of the Cymbals video. This is a little video documentary of us making the album this year. It's pretty sick. I'm in it. I can show you. I'm in it somewhere over here. Yeah, here I am. This is me. This is who I am. This is me. This is me back in February of this year, helping them make the album. So yeah, go check this out. This is really dope. Check out the album that we released too. This is basically footage of us making Septuagint, which is the album. Right here, Septuagint. So yeah, go check that out. If you like metal and hardcore and stuff like that. What else? What else? Oh yeah, that's right. So someone actually figured out, I don't know how they figured this out, but someone figured out, probably from Reddit or something, face reveal. Bro, all you gotta do is Google me. My face is all over the internet. Anyway, I will probably get a face cam going, like if I continue to stream though. But anyway, yeah, I just don't have my webcam set up right now, but I've streamed with a webcam in the past. Let's see. That's right. So, something that's really interesting that I did, and it was pretty much exactly a year ago. It was December of last year. Someone found that I did this too. But there's this old project called Closer to Closure. It's an acoustic project by Kellen Quinn, who's the lead singer of Sleeping with Sirens, and this guitarist named Titus Lockard. They were old friends back in the day, but before Kellen Quinn was in Sleeping with Sirens, him and Titus, they made a couple records. It was this project called Closer to Closure. Now, I know Titus, and I know Titus through my brothers because my brothers moved to Oregon back in 2017, and they met this guy named Zav. They started a church with him, and Zav is like, childhood friends with Kellen Quinn, so that, they kind of got connected with like the whole scene in like South Oregon, the Southwest Oregon scene. But anyway, I remastered all of the Closer to Closure stuff last year in December. So if that interests you at all, you can listen to it on SoundCloud. I think one of the two records is on Spotify. But yeah, that is the album that I remastered. I mentioned it in the Kicks video, the two albums that I remastered. And it's really dope because until this year, we only had like really low, crappy MP3 quality recordings of these songs from like 2005. We never had anything like high quality, but working with these was like a real trip because I was basically listening to high quality versions of music from 2005 that no one has ever listened to before. And these were songs that I was jamming to when I was in middle school, like playing Minecraft, growing pimples on my face, right? Like I was literally a nobody. I barely knew anything about audio, and I was jamming to these songs. And then last year I got asked to remaster them. So that's like the whole story. I need to make a whole video on that story, but anyway, go check out this music if you like cool acoustic stuff, or you like Kellen Quinn or Sleeping with Sirens or whatever. And yeah, I think that's about it. I'm gonna go through these last couple chats, and then yeah, we'll wrap it up, I think. Do I plan on modeling guitars or strings in general? I don't plan on modeling guitars. However, I have done a lot of research on modeling amps and just amplification in general. I've done a lot of like amp modeling shenanigans just throughout my music making endeavors. So I'll probably make some videos on that. It probably won't be super in depth, but I will go over some techniques to get like some cool like guitar amp like sounds probably. There was a YouTuber that did strings. He modeled like violins and cellos and things, and he used a lot of comb filters too, which is, it just goes to show the power of comb filters and CarPlus Strong and stuff. I can show you that video, or at least a link to it. Realistic strings in Serum 2. It's this guy's video. This guy's insane. This was 8 months ago.
Reason, string libraries really suck at this. It's the one thing I've always wanted.
Yeah, watch this video. This is Undule music. This guy modeled like cellos and violins and things in Serum 2. He uses like a bunch of stacked comb filters, similar to what I'm doing. Yeah. Watch this. This guy's insane. So there's like strings and stuff. I would like to try to maybe do pianos. I've thought about pianos a little, but I know Piano Tech has already kind of, oh my gosh, I can't type. Piano Tech, they've already kind of like figured it out. So, I don't know. I can try to like reverse engineer what they've done, but it's probably not going to sound as good as this just using free stuff. And doing like hard plus strong stuff in like that's like pitch tracked is really hard to do with free tools. I don't really have a way of doing that unless he uses convolution, you said? Okay, that probably makes sense too. Convolution's really powerful. But anyway. Yeah, I've thought about modeling other things, but we'll see what happens. I might go into the realm of like doing like distortion stuff and like guitar amp stuff. That might be like my next thing, but I'm not super sure. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for appreciating everything I do. Seriously, this is crazy. I've never had so much attention before, and it's like I don't really know what to do with it. I'm just doing my thing. This is just me coming out and just not lurking anymore. But I've been doing stuff like this for a long time. It's just I'm posting it online. That's the only difference. Amp sim vid sounds good to me. Hell yeah. Let's do that. Wanted to say I love what you do and how much effort you put into it. Also, the video format you do is very fun. Thank you. You know, the only reason why I use the format that I use is because like, you know, I drag around these windows and stuff. The only reason why I use this format is because I didn't know how to edit videos. So like the only thing I knew how to do was like just screen record my screen. And it's like, okay, well, I know how to like drag windows around, right? So like that's like the whole reason why I kind of do it, like make the videos the way that I do. But I guess it's kind of become a style, and it is a unique style. So I'm glad that you guys like it, and it's cool. I'll stick to using it because I kind of like making videos like this. I think it's kind of funny. It's like moving around windows and, you know, using freaking JS Paint and stuff. Putting a ridiculous amount of time into my drawings as well because the drawings that I did in MS Paint, or not MS Paint, JS Paint, in my videos, those are all like hand done. Like, hold on. I'm starting to brain fart at this point. It's reaching the hours, the crackhead hours. Yeah, so it's a little bit ridiculous, but if I go to the chapter here. Yeah, so all this, like this FL logo, I freaking drew that by hand. Video on how to get it working. Like this isn't an image or anything. I just like drew this. And like all the symbols and stuff, like everything that I did in JS Paint, I just put too much time and effort into making it look good. So I don't know, but it's kind of fun, you know? It's fun like using JS Paint. It's fun just being slightly cruddy like this. But yeah, all these drawings were done pretty much like I just did them by hand. I just used like the spray paint tool and get all detailed with it. But anyway, yeah, all fun stuff. Limits make creativity. That is true. Very true. In fact, that's one of the best ways to defeat perfectionism is to limit yourself. That's something that I've learned recently. I'm still working on that video in my head, by the way. Favorite scene is still it turns your speakers into a freaking cannon. Yeah. Working at a venue, it becomes especially true. I run live sound. That's my job. Thank you. Yeah, I try really hard. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so with that, I think we're gonna draw this to a close. We're coming up on 5 hours. So thank you all very much for tuning in to my first stream in a long time. Hopefully you learned a lot. Hopefully it wasn't too dragging out, and hopefully it, you know, the cymbals didn't like scrape your ears too much. But yeah. Now the only thing left for me to do is to figure out how to stop the stream. Oh, I guess I just hit this, right? This end stream thing. Cool. All right. I love you all. God bless you all. And go make some music, I guess.